Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Good morning, Shy. How are you?
I am good. Good morning, all.
We are also joined by macro strategist extraordinaire Craig Shapiro. Craig, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Jim.
Well, it seems like we have a lot of stuff to talk about, including Palantir, which keep that in our back pocket for a second. And Shia, let's go right to the news.
So this morning is all about bubbles. So we have Wall Street CEOs flag high market valuations and pullback risk. So there was a summit in Hong Kong. You had Morgan Stanley's Ted Pick and Goldman Sachs Group David Solomon were among Wall Street chiefs that said that the markets could be due for a pullback of 10% more within the next 12 to 24 months. They noted that a correction would be a healthy development as their caution comes as investors grow uneasy with stock prices after the S&P 500 surged more than 35% from the April lows. Corporate earnings were strong, but what's challenging are their valuations, said Mike Gitlin. He is head of Capital Group during the Hong Kong conference as well. Then we have Michael Burry posts again. If you remember, we talked about this a couple of days ago. He kind of tweeted something cryptic about not playing the game. Well, he posted last night again. He said, these aren't the charts you're looking for. You can go about your business. And it was one chart of U.S. tech CapEx growth matching the bubble of 1999 to 2000. And that circular graphic that we actually showed on the show, how NVIDIA and OpenAI kind of fuel the AI machine and how all these corporations are all interconnected. And then after that, it was disclosed that he has puts on NVIDIA and Palantir in his F13F regulatory filing released on Monday. He also disclosed call options on Halliburton and Pfizer. We have Goldman Morgan sees CTAs selling over a week. So CTAs will be sellers of equities under every scenario over the coming week, according to Goldman Sachs equity derivatives and flows specialist Cullen Morgan. That would follow a $1.2 billion of global stock disposals by this group last week. He said key levels to watch for the S&P 500 index are 66.79 in the short term, followed by 63.86 in the medium term. So that's down there. So keep those levels in mind. That's what they are watching. We have dollar gains as traders upgrade rate outlook. So we have the dollar. We talked about this yesterday, too. We have the dollar that finally made it over the Dixie index, finally made it over 100. It's sitting right at that 200-day. So there are a lot of shorts in this market. And I think if we start getting well above 100, we're just above 100, we could see a squeeze in this market. And that would be kind of a negative on equities as well. So we're keeping an eye on the dollar for sure. And then we talked about the wobbly K-shaped economy yesterday afternoon, or I talked about it, where we had TransUnion, where credit scores of prime credit scores are getting higher, and the lower half is getting lower, and the middle is getting thinner. And just kind of a anecdotal thing on that, we had poor earnings for some of these like dollar store this quarter. But then on the flip side of that, we have Ferrari beating estimates with a 5% core earnings rise in the third quarter. So, the K-shaped economy is getting more K-shaped.
Wow. Well, that begs a question. I mean, you guys know I hate the word correction because I feel like the markets are never incorrect. But we do have these pullbacks. We do have this kind of cyclical behavior we see all the time. And let's start with Craig. Are we kind of in a normal cycle anyway, regardless of what's happening in the economy, or is this something unique and special?
I mean, we've been talking about this divergence in the economy between the haves and the have-nots, for a while, and it's definitely translated into divergence in the market for quite some time, right? I mean, basically anything that's been tied into the AI capex build-out story has been doing incredibly well, and more portions of the economy and the markets that are away from that have been struggling as the labor market has been slowing, and the low-end consumer is feeling with the issues of sticky inflation and a deteriorating labor outlook. And so these divergences have been around and have been growing. And I think now we're finally at a point where the market breadth has been pretty poor. So the question from here is, will the AI capex names broaden out the rally and kind of bring up the rest of the economy, or is the rest of the economy weak enough to start bringing down those other stories? And I think, as we talked about yesterday, when you have some of the stalwarts in the AI capex theme, like Oracle, like Meta, who have been starting to struggle a little bit, forced to raise debt in order to fund their capex plans, less able to grow specifically with free cash flow generation. We're changing the narrative here a bit on how the funding is going to take place for this cycle build out and what the profitability is ultimately going to be. And so as those companies, Meta hit the debt markets, Google has hit the debt markets. And so as we raise more debt into the AI capex theme, that means other borrowers who have been benefiting from lack of supply and tight spreads now are faced with, oh crap, okay, now we might have a credit cycle finally, and a little bit less of an ability to procure credit and debt. And so, look, I think we're at the stages here where that breadth is starting to become an issue. And with the government shut down, with the labor market continuing to slow, it's just not clear that these Fed rate cuts, we got one last week, we may or may not get one in December, we could talk more about that, but it's probably not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough to arrest the slowdown away from the AI capex story. So if you have some chinks in the armor on the AI stuff and the other stuff is not doing great, then you're set up here for some of this chop and two-way tape and maybe some exhaustion. And I think that's what we're seeing, even this morning with this Palantir, right? I mean, Palantir knocked the cover off the ball, huge earnings, huge revenue beat, stock, traded up a ton after hours. And then, company comes out on guidance, gets some questions, and look, the outlook is great, but I mean, better to have traveled than to have arrived sometimes, right? I mean, the valuation here is egregious. I think we're over 100 times sales or something. So, how much more can we push into this? And so stock's reacting a bit negatively now, is down a bit pre-market. And I think that's some of the pressure we're seeing here on Nasdaq as we start this, otherwise quiet Tuesday morning ahead of tomorrow, which is a massive day for data with the ADP, ISM services. We get the Treasury's QRA announcement tomorrow morning, and we get the Supreme Court tariff hearings all day tomorrow. So big day tomorrow. It's kind of thought we were going to have a quiet day today, but I guess the market had other ideas.
Yeah, I mean, Shai, talk about that. I mean, the company Palantir was up, was down a lot. They recovered a little bit. I think we're trading around 191 or 192 in overnight trading right now. All the metrics look pretty decent actually. And they're a government mostly focused on government and commercial applications. But is this just a case of there was very, very high expectations instead of just high expectations?
I think there was very high expectations, as well as investors really wanted to hear about 2026, and they didn't address that in the earnings call. And so that made investors a little bit uneasy as well. And again, the company is growing really fast, but that's spooking investors a little bit as well. With the valuations so high.
Yeah. So, but let's talk about, the economy right now. A lot of times we have these pullbacks associated with recession. I know we don't have a lot of data. GDP now, I think last November 3rd came out at 4%. I'm not sure how they're adjusting their model because the data's not there. But that's the opposite of recession territory. What do you is it just bad data, or what do you think that is suggesting?
Well, I
Shy.
think, I wrote a post about this yesterday about corrugated box sales because they're widely recognized as kind of the leading economic indicator signaling trends in consumer spending, manufacturing activity, and kind of broader economic growth or contraction. If you look so far at the Q3 earnings, they're not looking great in the North American market. You have PKG business down 2.7% per day year over year. In North America, you had IP. They were up a modest 1%, but their guidance was revised downward to -1% to -1.5% versus a previous forecast of +1% to 1.5%. And then we had SW corrugated box sales in North America declined by 8.7% year over year. And so if that's any kind of bellwether about the economy, it's definitely something to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's a great point. Although I get these brown boxes delivered to my house nonstop. I don't know why, but that's a whole different problem that I that I have. Craig, what other bellwether do we have? I mean, we have car insurance, home insurance that are just keep on just sloping upward. Every single month you look at the data. What other stuff is out there we should look at?
Yeah, I mean, look, we have an affordability, issue in the country for, a good chunk and an increasingly, growing percentage of the population. I mean, thankfully, oil prices have been more tame than not, and I know the president talks a lot about low gasoline prices. It's a big deal, right? I mean, a big part of the daily and weekly budget for low-end consumers is filling up the gas tanks, so that is helpful. But electricity prices, are moving higher and likely to move higher still next year, particularly with this AI capex build out. That's going to continue. Insurance rates are crushing people. And so, look, we have sticky inflation, which is making it more difficult for the Fed to rapidly bring down borrowing costs and cut rates because, as we see, they take down rates and the long end moves higher, yields move higher because, markets are reacting favorably to it. So asset prices are still too high. Insurance costs are still too high. Cost of living is too high. And it's just a bizarre setup here for most actors in the economy. But the one thing that people are falling back on is, gambling in AI stocks, right? Whether it's the call buying, whether it's the crowding, whatever it is, really to, a lot of that to financial nihilism, right? To keep up with the inflation, people are resorting more towards those types of behaviors in order to catch up and keep up. And so we're definitely see that every day, every week with the call buying that's been going in. And now you have a situation where you have a lot of inverted skew in single stock names, whereby call skew is much more expensive than put skew for a lot of these names. It's a very rare, circumstance. It's taking place for, most of the Mag 7 names and for anything tied into the AI capex story. So, retail's done incredibly well navigating this, but, we're getting into some dangerous territory here with respect to volatility and the volumes. And we start to get some of these corrections that we've been monitoring across different subsectors, for the last few weeks in quantum, in crypto. I mean, look at Bitcoin this morning, down another 3%. I mean, that's kind of a big liquidity tell there too. So, look, some choppy stuff here. When you see, leading stocks like Palantir kind of gap up on beats and then trade weaker, maybe it'll give some people some pause.
Yeah, and you open the door for electricity. Shai, talk us through this electricity situation. It's so important.
Well, I mean, we need power. We need electricity to power all of these data centers. And I've been talking about this forever, is we're not prepared for this. They're throwing billions at this build out, but not at actually powering these data centers. And so what's happening right now is they are getting contracts with the utility companies, and that is at the consumer's expense. And that's why consumers' prices are rising, and because they're giving deals to AI centers. And overall, we just need we need a build out. And I love uranium and nuclear. I think that's great. But we only have so many facilities in the U.S. that we can reopen and or extend the life of. We need to build new facilities, and that's going to take time. That's going to take 5 to 10 years, and we need this power like yesterday. So, I think. Again, Anthony talked about this yesterday, and I've talked about this before, that, I think it's going to be a big issue into next year.
Yeah, I mean, having said all that, speaking of uranium, shall I preview our special macro guest today?
Yes, so we have uranium bull, Mart Wolbert, founder of Contrarian Codex. He is a wealth of knowledge in the uranium sector. So really excited to talk to him about what is going on in that sector.
Yeah, awesome. I'm looking at my quote board. It's just red all over the place, except in the treasuries. The treasuries are up a little bit. It just seems like it's we're in risk off mode today. I mean, the Bitcoin is down to uncomfortably low levels. Treasuries are, the 30-year Treasury bond I have up on the screen right now. I'll talk a little bit more about it in the Edge report, but we're trying to claw our way back up. It still looks kind of bearish if you think about this chart here. We're still trading at a low 117 handle. The cash yield this morning, that last time I checked, was 4.674 for the 30-year, 4.09 for the 10-year, about a 58 basis point spread right there. But we're just sitting on top of this 50 EMA, so technically, even though there might be some rotation here, I don't know if there's going to be a lot of rotation here. And I guess I'll ask you guys your opinion. Craig, what are you thinking about the longer end of the curve?
Yeah, I mean, we know about the structural deficit issues, for the government, which are likely to grow if we have a recession and more people are forced, onto unemployment, and the government's going to have to do something about that. And so the long end, there are some pressures from supply. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, we get the Treasury's announcement for duration issuance composition. And while there's no expectation for Treasury to raise the amount of coupons selling that it does, at some point the government is going to have to think about terming out the debt more. I mean, we can't fund the entirety of the government in bills, and we've been moving to a bills finance government funding for the last several years here, and we're above 20% in bills, and so that's important to think. I don't think it's a catalyst for tomorrow, but look, I think if the economy continues to show signs of strain, ADP tomorrow will be a good tell on the labor market. Any momentum there, any revisions, we'll keep an eye on those, but I think bonds are likely to continue to rally here for the next little bit. With this dearth of data, with the government remaining shut. And look, Powell even talked about, the lack of data kind of puts them on a bit more of a pause. When it's foggy, you pull over to the side. But look, the longer the government is shut down, the worse the momentum in the economy is going to be for, certainly for federal government workers and anybody tied in tangentially to, the government contracting sector. And so I expect we're going to continue to see softer data here, through the end of the year. Holiday spending probably not as robust as expected, particularly for the lower part of the K. So I think bonds are more likely to be, strong. And I think we're going to see a curve flattener, right? The Fed can't really, so rapidly talk down yields in the front of the curve, particularly after the meeting last week. Without the data. And so, the inflation stuff kind of will remain sticky. So, but I'm more likely to think, we're going to see bonds kind of remaining firm here. The other thing we have to watch is the funding markets, right? The funding markets are exhibiting a little bit of a squeeze. Part of that was for month end. We saw a big take up at the Fed's standing repo facility of $50 billion yesterday, first day of the new month. That came down. We get two of those readings today. So we'll see if that pressure continues. But banks and non-bank financials are seeing some signs of strain in the funding markets. That leads to a little bit less trading, a little bit less leverage, a little bit less collateral value. And so that puts some overall pressure on markets too. And lastly, that helps keep the dollar bid, right? I mean, we know the global euro dollar markets are, short of dollars. And so as you see retrenchment, the dollar rallies. We know that's as Tracy mentioned, people aren't set up for that trade. And so we could see a dollar squeeze with a funding squeeze here, over the course of the next couple of weeks. And that's, that's more pressure on risk assets too. And, look, yesterday it didn't really show up as much in the equity markets, first day of the month, new money coming in, but now that money is put back to work again. And now I think we're seeing some more of the reality of the events we talked about last week with respect to the Fed and some of the slowdown in the economy.
Yeah, funding is a big thing. It's funny. I'm at that age where I'm like logging into my Social Security.gov account, looking at my benefits. We started at at 65. You're at full benefits. And then they moved up to 67. Now we have literally we have folks on congressmen and senators saying, "Hey, we might have to move this up to 70." So you guys might be stuck with me for a while longer. So I get to that, but I'm creeping up fast. Shai, what do you think about the whole interest rate scenario with respect to, I'm sorry, not interest rate scenario, but the funding scenario with respect to the recent treasury auctions and what those interest rate yields kind of showed up as?
Well, yeah, I mean, we have had some semi-okay auctions, but still on the long end, kind of a weaker auction, meaning, and anybody buying those from the government wants higher yields than what they're currently trading at. So, because they view that as riskier. And so we'll see if that continues. And one thing also I wanted to note, it's really interesting, just on the equity market, we're down 1%, give or take, in the S&P 500 right now, but we have the VIX up 11.5% this morning, which is a rather large move, considering the smaller move in the index markets.
Yeah. Break down the VIX for us, Craig.
Yeah, look, it's, we've been talking about the VIX kind of diverging here over the last little bit here as the markets were making highs over the last couple of days and into last week. The VIX was sticky, right? And there was some signs of of concern. Now, part of that was call buying, right? Part of that VIX story last week was the call buying. It was call skew getting elevated, and folks were hedging positively for all the Mag 7, 5 of the Mag 7 earnings last week in the Fed meeting, and so VIX and volatility broadly stayed elevated last week because of that. And now you're seeing the opposite. You're seeing now some rising concern, rising strain in funding markets, and so more hedging kind of moving out the curve. And I think when you have these potential blow-off moves that we've seen across a variety of these names, people are just either they see a bubble and they want to race towards it, as Soros has said, but more likely some people are thinking they're hearing some of these Wall Street banks talk about the bubbles, and people are thinking about it. And so I think you're going to get more hedging here for November and in December. Now seasonally, with less days of trading, we get some of the kind of natural hedge buybacks and lower volatility markets broadly, but November's can have some scary, some scary trading here too. And I think that VIX being elevated here is a sign that people are not willing to, not willing to give up on hedges yet. I think people are long and buying protection in order to stay long and protect against something, some more adverse economic outcome.
Yeah, for sure. Shai, last thoughts to you. I'm looking at the metals complex right now, and there's a lot of negative numbers, everything from copper, gold, silver, platinum. What's going on in the metals complex right now?
So, we still have gold hovering around that, 4,000 mark. And so I think this market is still going to, again, provide some two-way trading. It's been really good, since, the low on October 28th, let's call it. So I think that's going to be a good market to trade. I think also when you have some of these kind of sell-offs and other markets, a lot to either cover your margins or you need to kind of sell everything else. And that's why I think we're also seeing a broad sell-off. And I think also all around, oil's still hovering around $60. That's nothing new. That market is still very flat. But I think it's, just risk off in general right now. And I think some of these creeping worries about the economy are showing in kind of the base metals like copper.
Yeah, got it. Well, we'll see what happens today. Copper's still just a little bit below that $5 level, which for some reason is making me a little uncomfortable, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Chad, thank you for being here. This is the best trading community I've ever been involved with, and I've been involved in a lot of them. So thank you for being here. Good morning to you. We have a great lineup today. Mart Wolbert is coming up in a second. We have TTrades coming on. TTrades, I met him in Naples. Fantastic young man. Merritt, Christian, Stowe, and Nick, and that's just the morning. So we got a lot of stuff to go do. Don't move a muscle. We're going to do a really quick edge report. Craig, thank you. It's great seeing you this morning as usual.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it.
And Shai, I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Sounds good.
All right, let's start out with the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin is stressed. I think I'll use the word stressed. That seems like a fair word right now. We have an old area support back here around 108,500. That lasted a long period of time, right? This was mostly all September, and we had to push back up. Strong trend channel down. We established another bottom around 106,500 with a really nice target wick down here on this particular, and this was on the 17th of October. This low was 103,740. We're driving toward that target wick. Oftentimes we get those, usually mostly intraday, but sometimes on a daily. And it looks like we're going to get there today because now today we fell out of bed right now. We're at a 104 handle right now. The low of the day actually was 103,910. So there's definitely people liquidating and just getting short this particular marketplace. The volume profile is still not the greatest. It's immature so far today. It will mature as we go on. The VWAP is sloping downward here. The VWAP bands are sloping downward here, first and second standard deviation. We hit that Mentor Q one-day min, nice touch right there on the one-day min, and we're kind of stabilized right now. We'll see. This bottom has been in for a long period of time, really since the London initial balance, but we're trying to break on through. And a lot of times when you see a pattern like this is the second attempt down to break on through so far this morning. Possibly targets are in sight. 0DTE put support at 103,000. S2 right below that, and then the major put support is down at 100,000. So this market has a will of its own, and it has some big wild swings. So be careful when you're trading the Bitcoin today. I am bearish there for sure. I want to pull up the even S&P really quickly here, if I could find it on my screen. There we go. Let's let these charts populate a little bit. We'll start with the daily chart. Down fairly big today. Someone in the chat mentioned, "Hey, did we fill the gap?" I think we filled all the gaps today. I mean, we're down on this, 70 handles or so. Right tapping on that 21 EMA. We broke the 8 EMA. We're trading well below it. We broke previous week's lows at 68.43 half, well below it right now. This is kind of a pretty significant move to the downside here. We have that old kind of contract roll area support down around 66.07, long way away for sure, but you never know. Things could happen. So this is kind of the moving averages are sloping down. The stochastics have crossed over 4 days ago, and now are below that 80 level on the daily. Intraday, this is a small case B as in boy volume profile so far. Most of the volume action has happened going into the London initial balance and then all the way through it. The point of control right now is at 86.15. And we've had an awful lot of, this is a 10-minute chart, folks. I kind of toggled from 30 to 10 this morning as I was doing my early morning research. And we're right there. We're at 68.14 half. We're just finally kind of broke down a little bit. We have a little bit of area support here. We're trying to tag right here at 68.06 intraday. We do have targets here. We have that 0 DTE put support on the downside, 67.80. Below that, we have S3. And S3 is approximately 67.61, and then really a lot of just empty space all the way down to put support at 6,700. Should this market turn around a little bit, we do have some targets to the upside. We're south of that one-day min. Keep that in mind. That's an important level. But we have a high volume level at 68.45. Jacks 2 right above that. Blind spot 2 right above that. And S1 right there. So there's this area here where you have 1, 2, 3, 4 areas of interest, all kind of tight between 68.45 and 68.55. Should we get some kind of rally later on today? Jacks 3 above that. We get a breakout toward where we started this whole thing at. And then finally, we have at 6,900, the call resistance level of the E-mini S&P is maybe a super bullish target for today, but things are looking a little bit negative so far in the stock index futures, not only locally, but abroad as well. That is this morning's Edge Report. Let's go back to Shai. There we go. Shai, we are back. We do have our special guest ready to go. Let's get him in here. Let's get Mart in here. Mart, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing very well. How about yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good. Pleasure to meet you. Started following you on X. I'm learning more and more about your expertise. I'll be honest with you, I don't know a lot about uranium, and I know you're an expert. Start me off with where should I look for pricing, and what's been the trend of pricing recently?
Well, thank you for having me, first of all. And if you want to know more about uranium, of course, following me is a great start, but there's a thriving uranium community on Twitter where you can learn a lot. And with regards to pricing, if you want to have a good overview of term pricing and spot pricing, you can go to Cameco's website. Cameco is, of course, the biggest Western uranium miner, and they provide a price deck every single month. Of course, UXC and TradeTech do that as well. But with regards to price trajectory, it has been super positive. Basically, for term price, you asked in the near term, well, it's going up. Term price was at $82, and now it moves up to $85 according to Cameco, $84 according to TradeTech. But I think that the most important price trajectory is, of course, the longer term. And what we've seen is just a consistent upward and to the right movement of term pricing based on just pretty much incredible fundamentals. Like the fundamentals that are driving this space are better than I have seen at any point since starting in this industry. And as you already alluded to earlier with regards to the need for more nuclear power, the sheer amount of support that we can absolutely discuss that we're seeing right now for nuclear power, not just in the US, but throughout the world, is absolutely remarkable.
And so let's talk about the current supply demand dynamics in the uranium market. If people aren't really knowledgeable about this, because of the growth that we are going to see in nuclear as we see more and more plans to build out plants. So what are we looking at supply and demand wise?
We're looking at a supply-demand deficit going out into pretty much as far as the eye can see, to the tune of tens of millions of pounds of annual supply-demand deficit. And then I'm sure that a lot of people listening to this right now, especially those that are perhaps less familiar with uranium, because it is a very opaque space and it can be very difficult to acquire adequate information. But if you hear a supply-demand deficit of tens of millions of pounds with demand right now sitting at roughly 190 million pounds, you could be forgiven for thinking, okay, but why haven't we seen a massive price spike yet? Well, that's because most of the price discovery that we've seen is tied directly to term contracting. Term contracting is around 75 to 80% of market activity, with the spot market that being the more, so to speak, visible price, getting up the remaining 20 to 25%. So what we've seen so far this year is even with term pricing being up, the term volume, so the contracts that are being signed by end users, by utilities, they sign these long-term 8, 10, 12-year contracts with these end users, with utilities. And basically what we've seen is that this year we've seen around 44 million pounds being contracted across 49 different transactions, so all relatively low volume. But basically what it is telling me is that it's telling me two things. One of the things that it's telling me is that we are moving up on relatively low amount of demand coming in, which means that once high demand comes in, we'll have an outsized impact. But it's also telling me that we have a long way to go when it comes to getting to potential replacement rate contracting. So Replacement rate contract is basically they go in for that aforementioned 190 million pounds a year to fully cover their run rate for that year. Over the past few years, we've not gotten that, and utilities have basically been kicking the can down the road by doing a few things. In the past, they've signed legacy contracts for uranium delivery. So if you sign a legacy contract at, say, $40, you're not going to sign a new contract if you have flexibility options, which basically means that you can take delivery of more pounds under that existing legacy contract. They've drawn down inventory, they've bought up mobile inventory, they've pulled forward Russian fuel cycle material once the war in Ukraine started off, and they have imported some Chinese EUP. Basically, each and every single one of those levers are running out right now, which means that in the face of a massive supply-demand deficit, you are looking at EU utilities who are only covered for 75% come 2027, and US utilities were only covered for 55% come 2029, which drops off a cliff to 80% uncovered by 2031. Now, again, for the people who are not really familiar with the space, 2031 may seem like light years away, but for the nuclear fuel cycle that is basically 3 years, 2031 is tomorrow when it comes to preparing for all that fuel cycle material and preparing all that mine supply to make sure that we can fill this gap. And one thing that I think that people are not really accounting for is that this was already a strong thesis 5 years ago, back in 2020, back when we were still working with 1.6% compound annual growth rate for nuclear power. The recent WNA fuel report that was released in London at the beginning of September, great conference, very, very positive for the nuclear power space. I attended it myself as well. That 1.6% CAGR in 2020 and 2019 has grown to 4.6% base case scenario, now 6.3% upper case scenario. That is the sort of growth rate that needs to be met with a real and sustainable increase in supply. And to grab the US as an example, because you already mentioned it earlier in this call, the US is going to need a lot more nuclear power to power these data centers and to power just a general increase for demand for this clean and reliable power. The US over the past 3 years has produced, I believe it's 500,000, 200,000, and then another 430,000 pounds, and that is each year, which is not even enough to cover a fraction of the 50 million pounds that they consume on an annual basis. So I think we will see a lot more investment in new mine supply, basically because we need it. It is not able to be substituted. You have these nuclear power plants, you have all these life extensions, you have these restarts that are already mentioned in the form of Duane Arnold, in the form of 3 Mile Island, the Palisades nuclear power plant. It is all just a massive growth story that needs to be fueled. And I think that even though the term price is at $84 right now, I think it will go a lot higher before we even have a view of filling the supply-demand gap.
Well, this sounds, since we need all of this new supply, this kind of sounds rather bullish for a lot of the junior miners that are in North America. I mean, everybody knows Cameco and all the big names, but where do junior miners fit into this? And is price high enough right now that they can be profitable? Because obviously investors would want them to be profitable.
It of course depends on the mine you have. For one example of North American miners is of course Energy Fuels. They are currently operating their Pinyon Plain mine, which is a very, very high grade mine for US standards on a relative basis, which of course has lower costs. But there are several other projects that if they want to bring them online, I think you need $90, $95 for a prolonged period of time to even have a chance to bring these on, not just economically, but also to make sure that these miners, these operators can get adequate shareholder value return, because they have been through the ringer over the past 15 years. They've been through a grueling bear market, and now that prices are starting to recover, they now want to secure that shareholder value after such a long time in the doldrum. So Energy Fuels has done exceptionally well, not just because of uranium, but also because of the rare earth element angle. I run a newsletter service called Betraying Codex, where at the start of the year we bought some call options on this. They went up 2,900% because the US is so focused on securing those critical minerals now that it's not just rare earth elements, but also uranium. And I think that especially with that recent announcement that we've seen regarding a binding term sheet to the tune of $80 billion to start building and licensing these AP1000 reactors in the US, I think that is a clear indicator of where the wind is blowing. With regards to your question, where the pounds may come from, I think that we will see several smaller operations in the US go forward at $90 or $95 plus uranium. I don't think we will ever get close to the 1980 peak of 43.7 million pounds. But then again, we don't necessarily need to get there because the US can also import pounds from Canada. We have NextGen's project Arrow, which is has a nameplate of capacity of around 28 to 30 million pounds. I personally have my doubts whether they will actually get to that amount or maybe scale it down a little bit. Also, the timelines may slip, and that is just the case of uranium mining because some of the juniors that you refer to, not just in North America, but also in Australia and Africa, we've seen timelines for these, especially these brownfield restarts. We've seen timelines slip, we've seen costs go up. So mining, of course, mining is very difficult, but uranium mining is, in my opinion, in a class of its own. And we're going to need higher prices for much longer so that these juniors can actually bring their mines online. But it won't be an easy route.
So let me ask this, and so in terms of the major global suppliers, you mentioned Canada. Is there, how are these trade agreements messing up the supply chain here? And then number two, what about domestically, and how's the permitting process here? Is it becoming more and more relaxed?
We've seen for worldwide supply, of course, these tariffs, these trade agreements, they have thrown some potential wrenches into the proverbial machine. But mostly, these tariffs have caused some concern on the demand side. And what I mean by that is not necessarily that they've decreased demand, but mostly on the front that these utility fuel buyers, they are very, very risk averse. And these tariffs, they had some impact on some supply and they had some impact on these supply chains, which means that they took a step back to just see, okay, how will this impact our imports? Because US utilities are very, very dependent on foreign imports. Of course, the largest uranium mine in the world is Kazatomprom out of Kazakhstan. Chemical is a very, very large supplier, but after that, it kind of drops off a cliff when you're talking about public companies. So I think that going forward, I think that Australia could have a role to play. I think that Namibia will have more pounds produced over the coming 5 to 10 years. But overall, I think that we will need a lot more greenfield projects. And again, circling back to your second question, I think that permitting will be fast-tracked in the US to kind of get more and more pounds online to try to at least get a part of the supply chain for your critical energy infrastructure in the form of nuclear power to get that secured. So, for example, again, taking energy fuels as an example, the Roca Honda projects could produce 2.5 million pounds of uranium on an annual basis out of New Mexico, but that requires a long permitting process and it requires, of course, a lot of development still to be done at the mine. I think that the current administration, they're seeing the writing on the wall. They're seeing that you can no longer be fully reliant on just your global partners, allies, or otherwise, so that you need to produce as many of these natural materials as you can on the domestic front. So the Roca Honda has been put on a fast tracking, I believe it was called the Fast 31. It was just 31 natural resource projects in the US that they want to make sure that permitting goes more smoothly for. And I think we're going to see more of that.
Shall we got about a minute left? Any last minute thoughts?
Yeah, so just really quickly, how do like the uranium ETS and kind of these financial vehicles play a role in driving a kind of spot volatility, if at all, compared to actual utility demand?
I think that the ETFs themselves don't necessarily play a big role, but I think that the spot or the spot physical uranium trust does play a massive role. So what we're seeing is that once flows really start, and also in part to your comment into the ETFs, which Sprott is also a part of, if they receive a lot of capital and they trade at a premium to net asset value, they can then subsequently raise capital and buy pounds out of the spot market. We've seen them raise an enormous amount of capital and stack an enormous amount of pounds this year. And I think that going forward, we're going to see more financial entities, not just the Sprott Physical Uranium Trust or Yellowcake PLC out of London, that are going to come in and they're going to see that this is a very tight market and they're going to raise capital, or they have the capital themselves to then subsequently buy pounds. So at that point, I think if you see a lot of financial interest out of all those groups, I think that it is a right tail risk that could send this market into a spike-like scenario. That is not my base case expectation. I expect a stair-step way upwards as more term contracts get signed, but it is a risk that I keep into the back of my mind, or a right tail risk that's going to be very good for the equity pricing, of course. But it is something that I take into account, and I think there is going to be a lot of financial interest in this space going forward.
Wow, that's awesome intel. I wish we could keep talking to you. It's great intel. Nice, great meeting you too, by the way, and appreciate
Thank
you
you.
being here with us early this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I could talk about uranium nuclear power for a few more hours, but I don't want to bore everyone to death with that.
Not boring, man. It's fascinating stuff.
Thank
Very good.
you.
Thank you for having me.
I mean, how smart is that guy? I went from knowing nothing to knowing a lot in like 10 minutes.
Right? He's really good. He's really good. His Contrarian Codex Patreon he has. You can check that out. And if you go to his X handle, he does publish a lot of that open for everybody. So if you're interested in the uranium space or the mining space, definitely go check him out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, yeah, we cut and paste that link into the chat. So you guys could just click on it and you will be there in a second. Shai, awesome morning so far. Thanks for lining all that up and looking forward to talking to you a little bit later today.
All right. Talk to you later. I'll be in the chat.
All right, it is time. We have a very special guest today at Tape Talk. We have TTrades with us this morning. Good morning, T. How are you?
Good morning, Jim. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I do want to remind everybody that today's segment is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. Thanks for being here with me, my pickleball partner. I've been studying YouTube videos, man. Next time we're on the court together, we will be undefeated.
Yeah, we'll win next time for sure.
Anyway, you coached me through my first game, so you will forever hold a sweet spot in my heart because of that.
Appreciate that.
Anyway, let's talk about markets, man. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, we can start in some foreign currencies. So 6E. So let's see if my screen is up, but I'm looking for dollar to continue to trade to this high here. That was what we were watching last week with this little breakout. Has a nice V-shaped reversal, expansion, retracement, going higher. So with that, pound was obviously weaker, and it went and took out its equal lows down here in this range, but it's falling through those lows. So then that's what allows me to look towards the stronger asset, which is actually euro, and look for euro to also take out this low as its correlated asset is not reaching for that. So I'm looking for euro to get in continuation lower into this low. It's already had that trend, but I'm just looking for that to continue as dollar goes to the high.
So T, that low, I'm tracking back from August 1st, right? Approximately one spot, 142. Okay.
Yep. So that's just the previous month's low. So what I like to do is at the start of the month, since we just started November, I like to look at these monthly candles and how they formed, right? So our previous month was very bearish. So just looking for a continuation off of that. And then we can go into oil, which is
Hang on,
fairly interesting.
really quick, T. Hang on, let's go
Mhm.
back to Euro real quick. This is just kind of a special. I love this market. This sell-off has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This has been a vicious sell-off for the last
Yeah.
five days, right? And a lot of times when traders see this kind of magnitude of sell-off, they're like, "All right, can't go down any lower." Walk us through that. How it
Yeah.
came. Yeah,
So normally that's what I like to see as well. So for instance, if we have a nice aggressive sell-off here, I'm looking for some sort of consolidation, a retracement to continue that trend. The main thing here is we had finished off that monthly candle, right? So we have that monthly candle closing in this low. And so that kind of gives us that new range, right? We have a new candle that can expand. And then it's just that we're so close to this low that sure, we could consolidate, but I would prefer to just see us go take out that low pretty quickly. And then from there, we're either going to form a low and come back into the range, and we can go back the other direction as we're in this kind of consolidation range. Or if we continue to fall through that as well, then I will look towards pound as it's weaker and then look to trade it lower.
got it.
So any other questions with
No,
euro
no, no.
before we
Let's
move
go.
on?
Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, so good. Let's take a look at oil as well. So oil, we've been kind of in this range, the past few months. We had a nice sell-off, which I talked about with Delhi here, and then this retracement and then this sell. So we had this range with a nice V shape, and I'm viewing this as a reversal right now. So I'd want to see this low held if we're going to trade higher this month. And that's just seen because this monthly candle is closing a bullish hammer candle, right? So if I'm looking to look long here on oil, I'm going to want to see price take out this low here and then form a low. And so then that would be the low of the monthly candle. And then I could look to trade that into our current month's high and our previous month's high. So
So
with that,
those lows you're tracking what, 56, $57?
yeah, we can go down there and see. So that would be my target for today and tomorrow, just looking to see price trade into 59.64.
Got it.
And so we're starting to form this continuation here. It's a bit through the daily range already, but this is mechanically what I look for in a continuation, which is taking out some sort of high and then a closure through those opposing candles. So then I'd want to see this continue through. So, and then from there, if we form a low on the daily, then I can look to trade this the other way, as that's my model where if I want to see this be a bullish candle, I want to see a low form in this green box, which is essentially 50% of this wick here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a daily. I'm just a little worried. I mean, looking at the 8 and the 21 EMA are kind of tangled in love right now. We'll see how that if they converge or cross. We're kind of at that point right now in a daily. Decent sell-off today as we're kind of risk off, but
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
So I'm not trying to predict this. I'd like to see it, but it's more so I want to see us trade into this low. And then let's say we fall through this low. That idea is invalidated, and I'll just be looking for it to trade to previous month's low. But if we form a low here, then that's something I can look to trade back to the upside.
Got it.
So similar thing on oil and, or not oil, silver and gold. They had the nice sell-off, and then we're kind of in this spot where, I can frame either way, but mainly what I'm looking for here is on the hourly. I'm just looking for price to trade into these previous days lows. And then similar thing to oil here is we have this nice V-shape reversal here. So if we're going to hold this low, we're going to form a low here to trade higher. So I'm just looking to see, I'm not trying to catch a low, right? I don't trade these reversals here. If we form a low here, then I can look to trade a continuation higher into these previous days highs here and this previous high over here in this range. But if we fall through that, then I can just look to change my idea to taking out that low. But I would prefer silver to form a low in here and then trade to these failure swings up here, all of this.
And
These
so,
highs.
and what's your time frame thought when you could declare, okay, we formed a low?
Yeah, so with that, I'm going to look at the daily. So I normally base everything off the daily for me. So right now, I'm not really expecting this to be a reversal day, right? Because we just open up and we sell off. So if we go reach lower and then close back up, sure, it's a reversal. I can trade the next day. But most likely, I'd be looking for Wednesday to form that reversal. And then depending how it forms Wednesday, I could look to trade that or trade Thursday, Friday. So I'm not trying to catch the low. I'm just trying to trade the continuation. So
Got
it's
it.
kind of like this where
Yeah.
we have a big sell-off, right? I'm not going to trade along this day, even if it takes out a low. I'm going to wait for the next day. This forms a reversal. Then I can look to trade that. So it's the same thing if I'm trading to the downside here, right? I don't catch this reversal day, I'm just going to be looking for continuations on these days.
Makes sense.
So that's silver, oil, foreign currencies, gold, bit of a consolidation. I'm just looking for it to take out this low and then the reaction on it, right? So if we just come back into the range very aggressively, then it can trade higher. If we fail to do that, go take out this previous day's low. I don't really have much of a bias on gold. It's just a consolidation. There's not much for me to base anything off of in there.
Yeah, I mean, are you looking at? I'm looking at last week's low, which was what 3901 03 with a target wick dangling down there. It seems like we're a long way away from that, but what do you think about the potential to get there?
Yeah, so it's definitely if we fail to form a bullish setup essentially here, so after we take out this range low, then yeah, I'm just looking for that previous week's low. That's
Yeah,
it's not that far. It looks far if you go to the weekly chart,
yeah,
but it's not actually that far. I agree with you there.
yeah.
So,
I got it.
and then as for indices, we can talk about that. We know we have a nice sell-off. I would say the only one that kind of gave that cleaner setup was YM or RTY. And we can go to the daily and kind of explain the setup on RTY. Is we had this essentially range here. We take out the range high, we form a swing point, and then we are trading to these range lows, right? So that's where I'm just looking for RTY to kind of finish off this move and take out these range lows. Now, the one thing I do want to talk about is I know a lot of people here watch the indices. If I'm going to try to frame something on the indices today, I can't really, I don't want to try to short this really, because we've already made quite a daily range, our average daily range, 435 points on NQ. So really the only framework I could have on this is pairing it with some sort of volatility. So the New York Open. So something at 930, right? If we get some sort of opposing run lower, making some sort of shift, then I could look to trade that back into the range. It's just not that interesting for me because I like to align myself with continuations. This is a reversal idea.
Yeah, so let's play this out a little bit. So
Hmm.
today, at the end of the day, we're either gonna, depending on what the candle looks like, it could
Hmm.
very well close on the lows and suggest
Hmm.
continuation selling going into tomorrow. So with that as a possible scenario,
Hmm.
what do you think? What do you think a strategy would be?
Yeah, so the way I view it is pretty simple each day, right? So let's say we closed exactly right here. I just mark out zero point 0.5 of the previous candle's range, and then I just look for two things. So it didn't show up. Let me just draw it one more time. So I'm either going to look for how the candle forms because a bearish candle will open, make its upper wick, and then trade lower, right? We don't have a wick today, but it opens up, trades lower. A bullish candle will open, go lower first, and then trade. So there's kind of two options here. If we're going to have a bullish day, then I'd be looking for price to form a reversal off its previous day low. So price would open up, trade into its previous day, form a reversal, then kind of trade it back into the range, back to this EQ. If I'm bearish, I want to see price open up, not go higher than this EQ because that becomes bullish, and then trade into previous day low and lower. So a good example of that would be, we can take a look at pound, maybe euro, right? So,
Yeah, real quick though,
mhm.
going back to RTY, do you trade RTY often or
I'll
no?
look at it. Yeah, I don't really use it in correlation with the other indices because it does its own thing, but I will trade it on clean daily setups.
Yeah, I think this market's a little neglected sometimes. We
Hmm.
focus on NASI, we focus on ES, and then gold and crude and stuff like that. But this one kind of is like this market is actually, from a technical point of view, it charts out really nicely a lot of times. So CME did a good job of keeping that in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, so a good thing to note is like last week, a lot of people struggled. If you look at indices, they weren't very clean, right? So NQ, Nasdaq, ES, YM, not the cleanest. But if you look at RTY, it had a pretty clean setup where it reverses off its previous months or previous week's high, forms a reversal, and then just trends lower. So it was trending while the other indices were essentially just consolidating. So.
Yeah,
It's good to look at, especially when the other indices aren't really aligning.
yeah.
But yeah, what I was saying with the going into this next day is I was going to use euro as an example where if we're going to trade lower, or let's find a better example. We can just use RTY on one of these days. Well, essentially we can just use YM today, right? So it marks out the EQ. If I'm bearish, I want to see price open, respect this area, and then trade into previous day low. If I'm bullish, I want to see price open, reverse off that previous day low, then I can trade it higher. So that's really the scenario I trade every day. So if we go to NQ, if it was to close like this and we were opening up tomorrow, I would just be looking, do we open up? Do we trade higher first? And I can trade that into previous day low in a continuation. Or do we trade lower for my reversal here? And I can trade it back into the range. It's
Got it.
pretty simple. It's just two scenarios most days.
So let me ask you, we got about a minute left.
hmm
Do you ever look at the Bitcoin CME Group's micro Bitcoin?
Uh, what is that? What's the ticker for that? Is it MBT?
MBT.
Yeah, yeah, we can take a look at that. So I was talking with a few people on Bitcoin, but this is just a range to me. We took out the range high. We have a nice V shape. So looking to see price move lower. And you can see that as, you know, we get a very nice sweep of this high. We form a swing, trade lower, consolidation. This is an engulfing candle. And so then the same thing here is if I want to trade this day lower, I'm just looking for price to open up, form its upper wick, right? So it opens, goes higher first, then you can look to trade it into previous day low and lower. So I would still be looking for Bitcoin to go trade into this low because currently it's not reversing off this low, right? So it just makes sense to see it reach for this. And then kind of the same thing of how I approach most markets. Do we get a nice V-shaped reversal off this to trade it back into the range? Or are we going to get some sort of retracement to then trade it lower, right? And a good example of that was oil here, right? We hit this low, we just retrace, and then we get a continuation.
Awesome.
You know,
Awesome stuff, man. It was great talking to you, man. It was great meeting you. Great talking to you. Looking forward to having more follow-up conversations over the next several months with you. So thank you for all your great intel.
yeah. Hope you guys have a good one.
All right, man. TTrades, everybody. Follow him on X. Terrific analyst, trader, young man. Grown to love him. I just met him once. So we're ready, though. We are ready to trade the open. Let's get Merritt in here. Forgot about that. Sorry, that's bad. No, it's my fault. Merritt is with us again, back-to-back days. Chris as well. Christian, how you guys doing?
Good, Jim. How are you doing
Not
this
as good
morning?
as Merritt.
I know. Anyway, so I think we all kind of survived the force that is PAX yesterday afternoon.
He likes to and I've seen this a lot, and this works for people, and I was actually thinking about it. It's cool. He's one of those guys who the way he processes, right? It's like verbally, it's out loud and whatnot, as opposed to probably like Chris and I, right? We're very like internal with those kind of things. And then it's funny. Different people approach that stuff different ways. But yeah.
Yeah. I was on the floor 3 lifetimes ago, 1980, 81, 82. And when I hear Pax talk, this is the pitch trader back then, the way they talked, the way they expressed themselves, their enthusiasm, their guidance, and the way they did it. And most of those people, I mean, a lot of them in my generation have passed away, but when the pit ended, most of those people could not transition to the screen, couldn't do it.
Sure.
They tried, some of them tried, some of them didn't. A lot of bad, kind of sad stories there because you had a profession that you wanted to continue on and you couldn't. But Pax did. So it's a little bit unique having him. I know he's a different breed, man. I mean, for sure. But I just wanted to make sure you guys survived him yesterday.
Oh yeah. Thriving.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it was great.
Awesome. Any event, what are you guys thinking for today, man? Woke up red today.
For sure. I think that the indices were, look, if you go back and look at what I talked about, was it 2 weeks ago or was it last Tuesday? I don't remember, but we were looking at that. Look, the yearly, or as Crudele likes to say, look it. We get to that yearly +2, right? 2 standard deviations away from the VWAP for the year. that's just not a place that price is comfortable sustaining more times than not. Doesn't mean that it's a guaranteed trade, doesn't mean, blah, blah, blah. But it's a big deal. And so that's what we did. We went up there, we tagged that, we put in a couple day balance, and then kind of a big key. And what we talked about when we talked about the market getting into those highs is, yeah, it's you never want to just say the market's too high, let's short it. Right? That would go back to what someone like Pax would say, right? Don't pick tops, don't pick bottoms. That would go to what TTrades, what he just showed, what he did. He doesn't pick the top. He looks for something of a reversal from an area, and then he looks to play the continuation. So what I'm saying here is when we get to real extremes, no matter how you define it, if you do it in a NADRO way like me, if you do it some other way, it's really important that you look for confirmation of the reversal starting to happen, right? So for me, market profile, seeing that, couple day balance, and then a couple day balance lower. The market is showing us they can't hold those lower prices. And so last night, if you were trading in the European session and you were able to catch this little guy right here, this breakdown and pullback to this level, my goodness, that was the lower edge of a couple day balance right here at 68.70. Just a gorgeous trade if you could catch that. Obviously, I wasn't trading at that time, so here we are. But anyways, I'm being long-winded, but it's an important point to watch, not just like where we're at today, but how we got there, and week to week kind of continuation of the things that we're saying and listening to and watching. And so here we are. Today, I'm going to be looking at, I don't know, 68.40, something like that. Right now, we're a little low short term. Let's see if we can pull back. I'm going to be watching for pullbacks to short, looking for continuation plays in the indices. I think downside targets are much, much lower, given where we're coming from off those extremes. But right now, it's just kind of tough for it to keep going down in a straight line. So I think some type of bounce to look for good places to get some short risk on, to look for lower lows.
Yeah, and the point you brought up is more relevant than you think. I was a commodity broker for 20 years, and I would talk to retail or independent traders across, everywhere on God's green earth for 20 years, 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day. And I often would get the call, Jim, I'm thinking of buying the 695s because it can't go any lower.
Mm,
Well, that's not a strategy. What do you mean it can't go any lower? Of course it could.
yeah. Hold my beer. Yeah.
Anyway, Chris, how you feel? What are you thinking about this morning?
I agree with a lot that Merritt says. That 68.40s big level. I'm seeing that too. That would be a beauty of a short. We are pretty extended. Can we, hold here, maybe take a new low and maybe reverse and get a bounce, or we continue lower? NQ is at its gap low. So if we do form acceptance here and we can't really produce that bounce that we think can happen, then we're going to go most likely to that gap close, which is still a bit lower, and that would drag ES lower. So have to wait and see what it sort of how it sets up. But I agree with what he says.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate what you did yesterday, being with us for so much, a huge chunk of your day. It was awesome. Everyone in the chat, thank you for being part of our community. It's been a great community. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. And then your participation in the chat's been great. This community helps each other out. It's not caustic, negative, or egocentric. So that's one of the things that makes it so great. Thank you for doing that for us, guys. Anything you want, anytime you want to ask a question, pop in here. And Merritt and Christian are professionals. They're really good at getting in there and talking about whatever's on your mind, no matter what it is. So thanks again, guys. Best of luck today. Trading the open. I will be in the chat and I will be taking notes, man. Rooting for you both.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thanks, Jim. Take care. The champ
Morning,
is
Chris.
here. The champ is here. How
I
did it feel?
was, you and I talked about this a little offline, but I was so tired after yesterday. I was absolutely wiped. And I don't normally feel that way trading. And we were trading freaking sim. You know what? I have another analogy with that. When I go play like a friendly poker game with friends, $20 buy-in, right?
Yeah.
I cannot tell you the number of the amount of money I lost that day trading or made that day trading, right? And then $20 buy-in with friends. My hands will shake when I'm like got a big bluff on or going all in. It's so funny how I don't know what to say about it. I just think that's it's weird. It's funny. Do you ever experience stuff like that where stuff doesn't really matter, but then it gets to you the most?
Yes. I was really tired as well yesterday after. I'm just like, oh, how can people do this every day? And also the intensity and the focus that we were applying to, again, these micros and the sim account and trying to look for trades
A lot of
when,
chop we had to deal with
yeah.
yesterday. Yeah.
So that's why I myself stopped trading like the last 2 hours. I can't be. I'm on my third kidney. Okay, I can't be focusing like this on price action. That's not rewarding.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. And that, that probably plays into what some people, have made the argument against some of these arena challenges and things that are going around is like, it could be a thing that like reinforces bad habits, right? It could if you allow it to be. So I think there may be like a touch of that with you yesterday where you're like, look, this is not my thing. This market is not conducive to my thing. So I'm feeling super wiped out and fatigued. I'm not just going to sit here and beat myself up, right?
Yeah,
Taxing mentally. So I hear you. I'll tell you what, I did not like being chased. I would have much rather been in a position where I was not in the lead and was like chasing somebody. That would have been a lot of fun. I did not like Nick coming after me, late day surge. That was stressful.
I don't think he would have reached. I mean, you were with the action that we were getting and into the close and how far you were ahead. I don't think it would. I don't think we could have. Any of us could have reached.
Okay, you wanna talk markets before we? I know there's some questions in the chat, but we got 19 minutes here till the open. You want to kind of get down and dirty? Anything else you want to
Yeah.
walk us
Let
through?
Let me share my plan with
Yeah,
them.
let's do it.
All right, guys. So we finally broke down from this wedge that we were in yesterday. I mean, this is what we were stuck in during the stream. We did that morning push higher, ended up being a failed breakout from this wedge for ES and NQ. We then broke lower. We're now into the first area of support for NQ from that, in my opinion, from that wedge breakdown, which is prior week low and the gap low. Or the gap low, and we're sort of negotiating here. Can we form acceptance here and break lower, or is this the first low of this new downtrend? Can we bounce? Above this overnight resistance, which is at 790s, I have 860s, 850s area that is a sort of a good back test area where we can bounce into, create a lower high. For ES, we are back into that 6790, 6808, which was prior all-time highs. We tested that prior resistance here perfectly. We bounced. Can we hold here, maybe create a higher low against the low, and then get that bounce up into 6840s, which is that prior gap, which now is the gap resistance, in my opinion. We'll see the hourly here, which is my trade plan for today, is for those of you guys who know my approach now, we are in a hourly 90-minute downtrend. This is the first lower low here. So we did get a rejection here at 790s. We put in our lower high. From a trend perspective, this is the rejection that can possibly lead to either for scenario one, a low here, maybe a higher low against the 640s and NQ. If we can create a higher low, we can push back up to 790s. At that point, we will need acceptance to be able to push up to 860s, 860s. I would say 860s, 870. It's a range right there. If we do not create a higher low, can we take out the low, maybe set up some divergences and reverse back up? But if we form acceptance at the lows, then I think we'll see a gap close. And then for ES, scenario 1 would be the same thing. We have strong resistance here from this overnight action at 68.18, 68.20 area. Is this a potential higher low? If so, we need acceptance at that 68.18 to push back to that 68.43, which would be a great area to look for the other side. If we form acceptance at the lows, then I don't see why we can't come back down to 67.60s, and then I have a big area at 67.40s. But it'll depend on whether this is a higher low or not, and then where we form acceptance at the overnight highs or into the lows to then get the next major directional move. That is it for me.
Nice.
Oh, look, question for you. Well, I haven't looked at the chat, but I want to know, what would you consider a gap close? Because I see two things here. I see the prior act structure highs I'm talking NQ here at 570, but the actual close before the gap that occurred the next day is at 525. So, sir, what to you is the actual, if we were to cross it, a gap close?
I'm not sure why we have different numbers, but so I use the pit session only. So my gap fill, I think the standard Jim Dalton market profile approach is the day's range, and that's for me pit session only. So that's around that 26,014, right around that area. So that's the gap close in my mind for NQ.
26,014. Let me go back to that.
The low of day from yesterday's pit session. That was kind of that Sunday night low as well. They were actually kind of right almost at to the tick, the same spot.
26 what?
014.
Oh, I don't have that.
This is one of the benefits we talk about in our community sometimes, and on the desk, is when two traders have different levels for these things. That's good information. So we're talking about yesterday, right? You're not talking about
No,
like a
the gap from Friday, October 25th.
My bad.
Because we're into that gap low from that Sunday, and that's what we're currently like negotiating. So that my question for you is to help everybody is, because I see this question a lot, is what it would be the gap close.
I see. So on the downside.
Yeah.
It's the upper end of the pit session from that day around 571.
Okay. So you wouldn't consider the actual close?
I don't know. Like the standard operating procedure for profile people, for market profile people, is the edges of the range is where gaps are versus getting to the closes.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything magic. I think, quite frankly, I think gaps are easy to spot, and I think people place too much emphasis on gaps. That's my opinion.
I think they're great for some lower time frame reversals.
So far, since we cracked, it's been unable to kind of hold or get back into, if you will, the huge gap we had between the 24th and the 25th, right? So that's actually been that overhead resistance around 25,800, and then 570 is the low edge. So
570. Yeah, we're bouncing from that again.
NQ is interesting to me. It's in a very different place than the S&P is. NQ actually has some substantial support right here, whereas the S&P has actually broken down areas and is clearly in a more of a bearish place. So from a NADRO narrative perspective that I use as a lens, there's quite a bit of dissonance or difference between where the S&P is and where the Nasdaq is. Both of them with room to the downside on the highest of time frames for a healthy pullback, a healthy mean reversion. But 6850s, right, to 6840s is the major resistance now on medium term to lower time frame for the S&P. While on the Nasdaq side of things, that same reference that I'm mentioning from multiple time frames, the Nasdaq has only reached it from above. You get what I'm saying? The S&P has broken through support, so we're bearish against that. It's now resistance, but the Nasdaq is sitting at resistance, at support, yet to break it down. So that's going to be interesting to watch how that plays out.
Can you share what that support was for ES that you said that it broke while NQ's at it?
Yes, it would have been the quarterly developing value area high, so the quarterly +1 standard deviation from VWAP, and the monthly prior value high at this point. So value-based, VWAP-based things.
Yeah. What level is that or range?
In Nasdaq?
Yes.
25,720s.
And ES?
Whatever those levels were I said earlier.
Oh, the 43, 40?
68, 40s to 50s.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I see ES at support and NQ not yet at support. So it's interesting that we see the opposite.
Nice.
I mean, NQ does have support here. I can see that. But from a trends perspective, for me, NQ can, it's like real support is this 500, 530 area.
You know, it was a nice, again, overnight for those of you in Asia or Europe, was the gold play. Gold has put in, if we go to kind of I'll pull over a longer term chart, a really nice balance, as you can see, going all the way back to here. Let me get my little drawing tool. Right? See this volume right here, this ledge, right? That's from here, probably from this wick. This got through it, but then fails, and you put in this guy, this guy, this guy. You see what I'm saying? So that's a major deal. And so to break that down and to start to then hold that level below, that's pretty good stuff here. If you were, trading last night and available for that kind of an opportunity. The problem is gold is at some support levels. Tough to, it's kind of not really confluent between the structural breakdown and now where we're at on some of the VWAP locations.
All right, good morning,
is
chat.
just not exciting in these areas. What do you say, bud?
I'm saying good morning to chat. Hope everybody's doing well.
Yeah, we're back. We were here all day. We're back.
They got us on overtime.
Mm-hmm.
That's a Merritt question.
Let me scroll up in the chat. I know there were some good questions. So Leo was asking about back testing. Have you ever done much like official like back testing, Chris? Because I have not. I let him know that's not my area of expertise.
Really? Yeah, I spent a significant amount of my time back in the day
Nice.
doing that.
Okay. Well, the question is, how would you recommend extracting a statistical edge? Wait a second, that was a different question. I know he asked,
Oh
yeah,
no,
how
that's
do
a
you
different
recommend
question.
performing a professional back test? He asked about some of the references that I use and stuff, but I can't speak to it, so I'll let you take it.
My back testing came from identifying the parameters that I wanted to see how they would perform, what would be their positive expectancy, and then just go back manually and track that.
What do you mean specifically go back manually and track it?
Like go back a year and track price action as those parameters were met. What was the outcome from the entry to potential targets and the stop?
Statistically, like with a back testing tool.
Oh no, I did mine manually.
Okay, so you did official quantitative back testing to kind of find things with edge, and then you went to more of a manual visual process to kind of dial it in and notice all the features and things like that. Is that what I'm hearing?
More raw than that. I just my idea of, let's say we're extended, is pretty much putting ideas together. Okay, well, what's mean reversion? Since I focus on trend, I wanted to say, okay, what are the systems to create for a trend in the trend that we all participate? We all have different views of it, but there is a bullish trend following strategy. There's a bearish trend following strategy. There's a mean reversion bullish trend following a system. There's a mean reversion bearish, right? There's subdivisions of each system. And so I want to say, okay, what do I need to then do to backtest a bullish trend following system? Well, a idea that we all know is buying pullbacks. What can that look like? Is it a certain statistical percentage from the highs to the lows on that pullback? Do we typically bounce on a 7% pullback in a stock, or a in point system for NQ, that would be maybe 300 points. But I would create different scenarios like that to see where I can then backtest manually and see, okay, if we like a big one in stock trading, which I apply for futures, is in a pullback after a recent push higher, we usually come back down, take out, let's say it's day 3 of a pullback, we take out that prior day low, and then have a big failed breakdown there and reverse back up. That's sort of like the higher low, right? So my system is pretty much buying that higher low on higher time frames and buying that lower time frame pullback into a larger time frame support. So that's pretty much it. I had to identify the conditions for where that parameter would succeed in, and that was if we break out of a 2 or multi-week range and we have a 3 to 5 day extension, and then the first pullback is 2 to 3, 4 to 4 or 5 days, etc. I have to create conditions for what those were. What's a 2 to 3 day pullback? What's a 5 to 6 day pullback? And then identify the parameters for that specific setup in that buying area.
I'm old enough that I'm able to admit that I used to print out charts and get a nice thick piece of paper and shift it to expose bar by bar to train myself at kind of, that was my market replay in the early years. Do you use a volumetric approach for futures? Can you explain it to me? I use volume profile, footprint to enter more precisely. I look at the dome, similar approach to Axia. I don't exactly know what volumetric means. I guess that means mostly based around volume-based metrics. I use volume-based charts. I look at volume profiles. My order flow, I don't use a dome. I don't use a footprint. I focus mostly on a thing called cumulative delta, which is just that information on the lower pane of my charts right there that you can see it's a different format. Same data, different format. At some point today, I'll do a walkthrough on a little bit of how I trade. I hate to do that because I feel like I do it a good bit, but at some point today, when it's quiet, I'll do that for you guys. Looking through these questions here.
Yes, Brian, like pretty much that. What room 550? I never ran Python code.
I've done a crap ton of, like, for example, the custom indicator I have on the price charts, the little bubbles and arrows and stuff that you can see on my charts. I've done a ton of work, mostly in Python, to do things like that. I have not done the quantitative style work on back testing, but I've done a lot of quantitative work to, here's my 20 years of experience. Here's what I know I want to kind of look for. How can I force out the math from myself? How can I extract that and iterate on it with tests visually to plot something? If X, Y, Z, and A and B and C happen, yes, that looks right to me. No, it's missing one here. Why should one be there? What do I not have in the math? What filter do I not use? Things like that have been very helpful for me to refine my process and things like that. Have you ever used a DOM? Of course. I've spent plenty of time looking at a DOM. Ding, ding, ding. Here we go.
All right, let's see what we get. See if this is a higher low and we can continue to hold that 700 gap low area in NQ or break lower.
Gold, the big mover here. Austin, Austin's asking about Rinko charts versus range charts versus tick charts versus volume charts. We could throw time-based charts in the mix there. It's the standard. There's no magic bullet when it comes to those things. There's just not. I think the problem I see that retail traders make over and over and over is they think that, or even worse, somebody has told them that something like, oh, this Rinko setting is the bomb, right? This Rinko setting makes you print money. No, it doesn't. There's no such thing as some form of Rinko or, whatever tick chart, whatever volume chart. There's not. There are pros and cons to visualizing your data in certain ways. I prefer volume-based charts personally, for certain reasons. But I don't think that they're magic or do anything for me that gives me, an inherent edge just from the bar type.
That 700 couldn't hold an NQ. See what it does into London's low.
Sellers certainly pressing hard in the S&P. Well, someone asked earlier about specs for their computer purchase for trading or whatever. For most applications, you don't need a super powered computer. You just don't for trading stuff. It's not a huge resource hog. I'm still I have a 2-machine setup. I have two monitors up high, and they're running on a PC that I built myself in late 2019. And as you can imagine, it doesn't have crazy specs. It was top of the line kind of when I built it then, but it's I suppose below average right now. And then I have a Mac Mini or whatever, and I have 2 monitors, my lower monitors.
All right, looks like we're going for that low.
Yeah, obviously prioritizing RAM, I think, is important.
Yeah, that's more important than the graphics card.
Yep. And even, storage these days, we're using so much cloud-based things. I don't feel like you need a huge storage. It's also so cheap. Who cares? Get a terabyte on it. Doesn't matter. Buyers coming in, the S&P.
Back above 700 and NQ. Can we hold? Still heavy. I'd love to see higher to short. But if we can't get going, then we're probably going for new lows. That breakdown last night was beautiful.
Yeah.
Just being in that.
Little 100 points in the S&P. I'm looking across several markets, guys. I'm not seeing much for me from a narrative perspective.
NQ's getting rejected again. That buying we saw is not looking strong enough. It's a rock throw away from new lows. So
I bet the ES takes out 68.20s before it takes out the overnight low. You want a side bet?
no, I like it.
Let's see what the chat thinks.
Okay, what are we
First to
betting?
take out 68.20 or 67.86. First to take out 68.20. Which does the S&P take out first, Austin? 68.20 or 67.86?
I think you just want some action like yesterday, right? You're
Yeah, I'm like
craving it. I need it.
You don't have to type it in the chat. They'll get us a poll up. That way we can see the percentages rather than try to read the chat. We need our own little poly market going here.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I guess we have that. I guess we can just trade. Oh, but that's no fun, though, because then we don't, like, directly exchange the money between a small group. So, yeah, we do need it. Which one's it closer to? I think it's, like, right in the middle, huh? Pretty much.
We're seeing a reversal attempt here. NQ's leading, triggering a one of the 90-minute reversal here on the 2-minute. Hold this 720s and we see 790s. That's what I'm thinking. See what happens at London's high or overnight high. Reject back down from there, or if we can form some acceptance, then push to 68.40s in ES and 860s in NQ.
Oh, the poll's up, but now we're too close to 68.20. It's worthless. Everybody's gonna vote 68.20 now. Of course, Jacob. Of course.
All right, let's see what happens here at 68.1820 and see if a reversal sets up.
I don't know about the depth of the book, fiber optic, but it's above average volume. In the S&P, that is. I'm not gonna lie. I feel a little bit off today. I feel like I don't feel
Yeah,
super sharp. I don't know.
there's too much brain power Monday.
I think some of that is like actually a little bit of FOMO when I have that feeling right now. There's just not really anything setting up for me, and you know, I'm on the stream. I want to trade. I want to make money. I want to do all those things. And so there's this feeling of like, well, something's wrong with me. Something should be available, right? So even me, after all my years of trading, I have to deal with emotions like that and try to be self-aware and try to look at, okay, you are feeling XYZ. I'm not literally touching the person XYZ, but I'm feeling a certain thing.
Yo.
I'm feeling up XYZ. And no, on a serious note, you do have to.
Hey, talk dirty to me.
If I could get the point out, you have to, whenever you have an impulse or a strong emotion, figure
Look at
out the
that
source
comment.
of it. Where does it come from?
Six Trading says, back in college again, Merritt?
Oh, 6, 7. You know, we were walking around trick or treating, and like every 14-year-old you passed, 6, 7. Cool. XYZ files a restraining order.
All right, ES back into that 1820. We need acceptance here to push up to 40s. At least have a sustainable move higher and not a failed breakout. And Q hasn't taken out that 790s overnight highs yet. I'm interested in a short here until we form some acceptance, but
Sure.
NQ's not giving that my setup here.
It's certainly the timing of a short entry for me. I'm just not interested in the trade. Got the algo firing off. Seller stepping in on the delta right here now. No, gold is not halted. Gold has a below average daily range so far today. Gold is far from far from berserk. Gold's just doing gold things right now. That's all. That's a good word. Berserk. Hadn't pulled that one out in a minute.
Yes, is leading. Look at that. What do we think? It gets to 40s here?
Come again?
Do we think it gets to 40s?
In the S&P?
Yeah.
At this point, yeah, 33 to yeah. 33 to 45 is a very reasonable place. If I put on any trade today, it would have been this long off of the open here. Well, 6 to 9 minutes after the open. That'd be the only thing that I would, in hindsight, look back and say, yeah, you could have scalped it. You know, I don't know what the deal is with COMEX in general or gold or whatever, but that has been the instrument that I've seen over the past 6 months or so that people talk about having like some data issues and stuff with across multiple platforms, multiple data feeds. I don't know what the deal is, but that seems to be there's something there. I don't know what's up.
Crucible, we talk about acceptance probably every week.
Yeah, I created the term.
He created the term.
As you see, gold is still moving on my chart.
Chris, thoughts on PAC's 15-point ES and 60-point NQ rotations? It makes sense. I've done a study like that, and the rotations that I found were 6.5 points in ES. I would say 6 to 7. So double that would be near that 15.
It depends on what time frame you're looking at too.
Yeah, and depends on well, for me, for trend perspective, depends on volatility. If volatility is high, the rotations are wider. But for NQ, my average rotations that I have found are 30 points, and his are 65 points. So maybe I'm just looking at a internal rotation from his view of rotations. But I would say it's 7 points for ES, NQ 30 points, and his are pretty much the same.
My take is that average doesn't exist in a sense, right? If you take the average of a bunch of huge rotations and all the small rotations, you get a number somewhere in between there, right? And so average is not the ideal math, I think, for rotations. I think you want to look more at something like median. I think is much better fit. But what do I know?
All right, so we're moving higher. If we can get up to 40s, I would short that in ES. I would also short 860s in AQ on the first test. So I'm going to be waiting for that if we can get a continuation here. Beautiful bounce. All right, so I'll be looking for a short up here.
Yep.
NQ's a bit stronger. Let's see if we can set up a bearish 9MA reversal setup for me. You guys catch this long? Pax uses the 15 minutes. Maybe that's why his rotations are pretty much double mine. I'm looking at the 5 minute.
Yeah, it's entirely time frame dependent if you're actually doing math on it. I remember what's his name? Harmonic rotations guy. He used to run like spreadsheet studies of all that kind of stuff as well. Yeah, what do we have in 5 minutes? Jolts? Jobs numbers? Yeah, the chat was what, 50 last time I checked, 52% bearish coming into the open. I agree. It's a bearish environment, but like I said pre-market, it's probably needs to go higher to find sellers, right? First. So my bear zone at this point is right here up until 68.50s. So anywhere, it's a 20-point range. We've now entered 68.35 to 68.55, roughly.
While I wait for this bounce to end, I'm just managing my swings. Seeing a good bounce across the markets, but this is an area that I want to short. NQ has already reached that area. ES has not yet. I wanted that 40s, but I'm open for my setup here. We'll see. Just gonna keep waiting until we get. So far, we have a break of this. We're pushing into that first higher high. Could possibly get in that higher low, and then see if we can push up a little bit higher, create a second higher high, and then maybe at that point sets up a mean reversion back down. So let's just wait and see.
Could be the top in the turn there. I'm gonna opportunity cost bet that it's not yet. I think there's more more capitulation to happen before we see the top.
I'm looking at both ES and Q. And Q's already into that resistance area that I have myself. ES is not there yet. It's I have that at 840s, 840, 843. But we are seeing a hourly reversal, hourly 9 EMA reversal in both. We're into that 20 EMA resistance cloud. It is strong though, so it's I'm just waiting to see how the higher high, higher low structure continues. That can allow me to be patient here and wait until the trend does complete to even try and press a button.
A lot of people reporting data issues or something. So
With what? Oh, really?
yeah, so just be careful.
Oh, yeah, mine is frozen. My price action is frozen. How's yours?
I see ticks coming in. I've got a special feed.
Oh, you're so cool.
Oh,
Merritt won the championship. So cool.
I don't know if you know this about me, but I was the featured trader qualifier 3 champion.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Oh, man. Cooper knows why too. It's about the chart shake. If you want things to go down, you start the shimmy shake. That's what does it.
Oh, there we go. Saying something. Is it on the web platform as well? Let me see.
I'm on a standard Ninja connection here. No issues for me. I'm loving this little feud in the chat. One guy's like, learn how to work a PC. The other guy's like, go wear a diaper. I'm here for it.
I'm gonna put this here while I work on the platform. Just gonna restart my Ninja. Okay, there we go. Looking better. We're into that 40s area.
Yeah, much better looking top right here.
This is where I want to short.
Yeah, chat in general, to bring things back to positive territory for you feuders in the chat with each other. Let's relax a little bit. It's a really, really good thing to, it's not a really good thing. It's mandatory. Everybody listen up, please. You got to have your risk desk on speed dial. and you gotta know in a way that doesn't require to use your computer, which, by the way, might break, right? Might be inaccessible. You got to know your account number, right? So you gotta have a risk desk on speed dial, and you got to know your account number. Those are two mandatory risk management protocols for any trader.
Yes,
Yes,
it's
I agree
close
with room
to that
550 there.
40s.
Always have a stop in, even if it's, a little bit away, kind of an emergency stop. Absolutely.
Let's see if we can put a new high to get to that 40s in ES, and then see if some exhaustion comes in.
Buyers came back after that little potential capitulatory looking thing there. The time is not yet for me.
So far, no higher low into the 9MA on the 2-minute here for me to even consider that short. ES remains moving. Bit of a divergence here. NQ's been stalling for a bit, and ES finally reached that 40s zone. Ideally, we get a new high, higher low, higher high, and then at that point can set up just a mean reversion setup.
I'll short some.
What is it, ES or NQ?
Yes. I don't really trade NQ anymore.
So this is the higher low here into the 9MA. Let's see how we react. I can't really engage until we put in that higher low. Higher high, higher low, and then see if we do bounce to new highs, and then at that point continue to wait, or if we do lose it and then we reject back down. So I will continue to wait.
It's a mushy area in general here. There's a reason why, Chris and I are both essentially looking for, the same type of thing here. There's good market generated information to look for shorts in this region. Whether it works, neither one of us have a clue. Who knows? Who cares? That's not our job. But I will say this, the thing that detracts from this position is it's a big range of an area. Like I said, the market could easily go to 68.55, right? Which means I'm going to take a couple stop outs along the way. So it's not a very precise area. Doesn't mean it's not tradable. Yeah, with the jobs numbers and all this kind of stuff, I have day to day right now, I have no idea what's real and what's not in terms of what the econ calendar shows and what's coming out. So it's a funny time.
We have a higher low here in NQ. Oh, did we just take that out?
That was a move. Something happened right there. Somebody that was like a fat finger or something.
Let's see if I can get filled on a bounce.
Somebody
Let's
sold a little
see.
2,000 lot. No big deal.
Oh, this should not be 8. I have the wrong ATM strat on. All right, we'll keep this. I wanted a new high. I wanted a higher high, higher low, higher high, and then set up the reversal. I'm trying it here. See if we get that pullback. I had the wrong ATM presets, so I will have to stay with this for now. Let me do this manually.
I scaled out.
That's the way I want.
Scaled out of 1/3.
Nice.
Nice, 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 nice.
If we don't get a meaningful rejection here, then we can start to form acceptance. But this is like Merritt and I said, this is that place where we have the area we like for shorts. To me, acceptance up here, and to me that would need like a multi 30 minutes to an hour and a half acceptance to then hold and then get a more sustainable move higher. So until we get that structure, this first test at resistance to me is a viable opportunity. But let's see if it does work out or not. ES is holding here. I think ES wants to make a new high. Let's see. Not be surprised.
Let's see. Let me duplicate this. Come on. Let's change hourly.
Yeah, look at that.
So EW asked a really good trade. Asked a really good trade. Asked a really good question. Merritt, it looks like the overnight session rejected the upper edge of the prior month's main balance on volume profile. You consider the area between the overnight lows where we rejected from that monthly balance and around 68.50s as a dissonant area. You're spot on. And if you look at last month's volume profile right here, this is the area that EW is talking about. Absolutely. And 68, 55 roughly is this area that I'm focused on. Why am I more focused, if you were, on this area versus EW's pointed out area? It's because of recency. I'm a bit more focused on this distribution A, as opposed to distribution, let's call it to there, B, because A happened more recently. Recency is something we talk about when assessing strength of narrative, when you're applying NADRO principles. So A is more recent, therefore the priority is bearish against the lower edge of A instead of prioritizing bullish against the upper edge of B. They're both true pieces of the market. There is support at this area from the upper edge of B. There's no question. Like I always say, NADRO will teach you to see why overnight lows are where they are. A lot of other inferior ways of viewing markets will have you focus on the overnight low. NADRO will teach you why the overnight low is the overnight low many, many, many times, because that's how good it is. Great question, EW. I'm glad we went through that. Sounds like you have a very good understanding of your use of profiling and things like that. But recency would be the takeaway for you. We do the same thing with market profiles. The more recent ones get more weight. And I'm about to get stopped out of this position.
I pretty much closed mine near break even. Yes, we should have, in how I view things, we should have rejected already. ES
Again,
stronger.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying ES is stronger than NQ.
Situationally for me, like I was saying earlier, with the big area of this is I have full expectation that I'll need to pick a few nice little spots. 60% of them won't work, and I'll make much, much more on the one that does work than the paper cuts I take along the way. That last attempt right there, I got a scale for 5 points or so on a third to reduce how much I ultimately lost on that attempt.
When you're thinking like that, you're adjusting your stops so those paper cuts are smaller?
Scaling out quicker if it's not giving me clean
Quicker.
momentum in favor of the trade as a almost like a risk management tool rather than like a take profit tool. I know it's taking profits, but it's doing so quicker than I would normally do or like to do. So it's a risk management tactic. But no, not really adjusting stops, initial stops at least. do not believe this little turn down. I don't believe you. Yes. And there you go. It's a short-term skill we teach in advanced group mentoring classes. Each quarter, I take a group of like 5 students, and I work with them on a weekly basis, trying to get them ready to get onto our trading desk. And in that advanced group mentoring, one week we go through a list of about a dozen skills that I think are requirements to be able to trade in either a NADRO or a scalping type of a manner and do it well and do it consistently. And one of the skills are what we put a little group called short-term skills. And it's the ability to start to essentially assign a level of believability to a short-term momentum shift. Is this a real turn, or is it just a drift in price that doesn't really have anything behind it? Very, very important skill to work on your 10,000 hours to get towards applying. What's volume doing? What's delta doing? What's the speed of the tape relative to what's normal for the current conditions? Is there a looming stop run versus has a stop run been completed on a short-term basis? Is there a price action pattern that's giving a little bit of short-term context? A lot of variables go into to that. And that's just one teeny tiny piece of trading well. It's not easy. That's right, Loon. Almost everything that I teach is on the discretionary end of things. I teach objective frameworks that hopefully quants cannot get a hold of and fully quantify. That is my hope, or else I would have never shared with the world what I've shared with the world. Take another stab short. Apt.
Managing this trade super tight, really not
Yeah, same.
moving.
Yeah, it's settling into that kind of grind up mode, right? Which is tough. All of a sudden, short-term momentum shifts, speak of the devil, are
Yeah.
much less reliable than they normally are in more of a clean price action sense.
I want to see this a higher high, higher low, and then push out. ES continues to grind higher, like you said. So if we are to see a new high, we have to push from here and push out. We're still stuck here, you know, that area that we talked about. But again, like, you know, Merritt said, it is a range. So do think sellers come in here eventually, but maybe it's not exactly at this first area and once a little bit higher. What do you have above here in ES? After this 40, 41, 42 area?
I've got 68.52, 68.57. That's kind of the last. Oh no, and then let me switch over. The 68.70 is the structural line in the sand, but I'm a little more focused on some of the references below there for now.
So we had a tiny wedge here breakout. That is what, you know, this wedge contraction and broke. That's what I took to participate in the possible continuation, and I'm just trailing that with a very tight stop. So I'm so interested in a short here if it doesn't work. When you see a higher high here, higher low, and then a push out to really get that follow through. If not, then this additional push higher in ES was just to really get deeper into that resistance area, and then maybe it comes back down now.
Crudele, Merritt, have you discussed about your strategy of trading multiple instruments yesterday, yet maintaining a near perfect upward slope of P&L curve? First and foremost, that exact same strategy day after day after day after day is not going to form a perfect upward sloping P&L curve, okay? And nothing does. So that's first and foremost. Secondly, go to our website, apterostrading.com, and the scalping course is my life's work, right? The NADRO course and the scalping course. I know some people like to talk trash about people who have courses. You know who you are. But it's my life's work, and it's valuable, and it's worth it. And that's what I did yesterday, is applying this scalping course, tactics and principles and frameworks and mentalities. It's all in there. And what was another question? Well, there's a question for you, Chris. What's your thesis for the long?
I mean, it's more discretionary here. We should have rejected the rejection in a downtrend should have been stronger if we would have seen to me a more aggressive and fast continuation back down. But we're also fighting an hourly 90-minute reversal for my approach. And so my idea is, okay, let me take the paper cut in the short. ES was not rejecting. That was my first sign. NQ then created this wedge here. And so my idea was that if on the internal time frame here, the 2-minute, if this wedge broke, I have a directional setup that aligns with the hourly reversal that we're seeing. So I want to, I got out of my short. I think it was minus 4R, 0.4R. And then I took the long on this wedge breakout to look for continuation of the hourly reversal that we're seeing, because this is too strong. Like the fact that ES couldn't even come down, create this higher low and then bounce, that, I mean, it's just, again, screen time. Like I've seen this so many times that over time, you develop an idea of what could continue to happen instead of getting a rejection. So I took the long, and we'll see if we can push up higher so I can take some partials out. I mean, I'm also looking at a lot of on my swing portfolio here, and a lot of these stocks are bouncing hard. I would say that influences me slightly. But I'm still watching for a reversal. Don't get me wrong. And I have now a probably minus 0.4R stop in case we do. We have a new 2-minute higher low here. Wish I could expand this bigger. So higher high, higher low potentially here. And then we need to see a continuation higher. If we don't, then at that point, we can set up that reversal or that mean reversion move back down. But remains, ES remains strong. It's not really.
I'm going to restart my platform real quick.
We need to bounce from here on the 2-minute time frame. This is the new 9 EMA higher low for both. Pushed up higher, pulled back, higher low, higher. If we don't, then at that point, I can see a rejection back down, but we just have to wait and see. I'm still interested in the short. And we'll probably be a little aggressive here. But we're doing it not a whole bunch.
Wait for me, ES. Just wait a second.
All right, let's see if it triggers. If not, I'll just close it and this will continue. My aggressiveness will not pay.
Wait for me.
Yeah.
Pay Chris, and then we'll let me get back in the game here.
Being a little too aggressive here. When in reality, we just should be sitting in this and waiting. I do like it. We have a nice 5-minute consolidation here in NQ sideways. For those who know, this is a 9 EMA no trend in time. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is more structure here for a nice sustainable move. Is my risk always the same? Yes. Let me see. One second, guys. I'm trying to see here. I'm gonna have to go with lower size here. All right, struggling here. If we can't, then this will continue higher. And I'll have to join on the long side. NQ's in a perfect 5-minute range over the last since when? Since that big push up. 950 to almost 40 minutes here sideways. ES is barely budging. Strong, 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 that one. So if we can't break down, I'll close this and
It feels a little bit more like a two-way battle up here than it does some place where, you know, the shorts are just saying, absolutely, these are just super advantageous prices, and we are
yeah.
playing our hand, and everyone can see it. You know, it's a bit of a two-way tape up here right now.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. I closed it. Yeah, that's still a good area, but it's just we're seeing a strong reversal. Like if you're long from these lows, just write it out, right? Just continue to be in this.
Yes, Loon on the desk. The traders get to work very much with me directly. They have a 24/7 direct line to me for sure. They are my priority. The whole reason I do anything and everything publicly trading is for the desk. I have a course because I want people to get good and get to the desk. We have a tryout to allow anyone to show that they can do it and get to the desk. So once you're on the desk, you are the priority of mine.
I want to be your priority.
Oh, oh, Chris.
All right, so in all of that, I've only lost 1R, which is completely doable.
Yep, absolutely.
Just small paper cuts, trying to position myself. But it's just, you know, I was being aggressive, and the tape said, no, we're gonna rest here for a bit.
What are you up to, Gold?
Yes, new highs, or once new highs. We're now sideways in NQ from 650. 50 minutes here, coming into 50 minutes. SPY slowly grinding higher. Banks and cyclicals are helping it big time. Industrials, strong, strong, strong. Seeing rotation in the markets.
I'm working into a gold short here.
Yes, this is becoming acceptance. I'm only down 1R. It's not bad, guys. I took paper cuts. Yeah, this is becoming acceptance of this resistance. This is where we should have rejected an NQ. Yes, I mean it is. We're holding here. Here, let me buy this.
A little stopsy there in gold.
All right, let's see if we can finally break out of here. SPY remains moving. He's just flat. The one to trade was ES, looks like. I'm going to follow this 2-minute 9 MA trend now. We need to see a higher high, higher low, higher high continuation. And then into that sequence, I will move the stop up and trail that 9 MA trend. Yeah, so NQ did, yeah, we could say this was acceptance. We had our 50 EMA wedge. On the 5-minute, we have a 9 MA no trend in time, which should now lead to a new, that creates energy for a new sustainable move higher. ES is seeing a continuation higher from here. Let's see if we now get follow through. Didn't really have that a good setup here in ES as far as like the acceptance that I'm looking for. NQ had it, and we have a wedge break. Now see if we are see continuation higher, but we need some rotation back into NQ to see some strength in that and push out with some momentum. Above this area in NQ, we have 940s, but NQ is still choppy. Yes is leading. We'll see how this higher low forms on the 2-minute to then trail my long. This is the 2-minute time frame. Why am I not doing a long on ES and shorts in NQ? I didn't have a setup here in ES.
Do you ever do that?
Not really. All right, so we have a higher low here. I'll move my stop up to that higher low to minimize my risk once we get a potential bounce from there to confirm the higher low. You do that? You'll trade opposite sides?
No. I was going to be surprised if you did.
Oh no. I don't see how that can be sustainable.
Different edges out there, you know. I mean, it's not crazy to think that someone could have a view on tech versus you know, a different sector weighting of S&P type stuff, more industrial and whatnot, and
I see what you
spread
mean.
between the two of them and express the view that way. I don't know. I don't claim to know, but I know places like Bridgewater and a lot of places like that, most of their positions are spreads.
Yeah, multi-strat.
Yeah.
All right, so if we're not moving here, I'm moving my stop up. This is like minus 0.3 R. We need a higher low here and then continuation from this structure. If not, Nasdaq is just going to continue to chop here, and there's no directional continuation here for me. And I'll probably just wait until this overall range develops some more, and then look to see what happens. Yes, is looking good. Maybe gets that reversal now. Are you in that gold?
Yes, I am back in the gold short. Yeah, much better looking in the S&P. I might have to get some, might have to be like yesterday and get some multiple positions going here.
All right, minus 0.3R on that long idea. If we're not get going, then NQ will just continue its range, but ES maybe sets up here. Let's see.
I'm gonna have to wait for the S&P to, in this context here, Chris, I'm actually gonna have to play it more like my understanding of how you would play it.
What is that?
I need it to go a little bit lower, and then I probably would look for some type of, lower high to access the idea. Gold is working this time so far. Gold, guys, is in someone's asking for the context on the gold short. It's in a really super similar position to what we've seen in the indices. We had a recent balance of, 3, 4, 5 days, whatever it was, starting, middle of last week. We broke that down last night. And in fact, excuse me, we broke it down yesterday, excuse me. And really broke away from it last night. And so I'm going with a kind of a continuation play. The problem with gold, I don't want to overstay my welcome, is it is at some higher time frame support. So I'm going to be a little bit cautious of overstaying my welcome. But it's a very similar situation to indices.
Looks like ES wanted higher. NQ chop. That failed breakout in NQ was that structure there. Yeah, your wedge breakout, which I took a quick stop on the higher low. Oh, that's not what I want. Higher low failed, rejection back down. Just as SPY ends its move and now rejects lower. See, we can how the bounce for a lower high looks. Same with Merritt. About this range in NQ is that there's energy here that was contracting now for a move. So we can see a good push lower here. No longer in the trade. Yes, finally had another failed breakout here as well. And looks to be that was the high. What's gold doing?
Trying to rotate down from my short entry. Nothing. It's kind of slow. Not a lot.
Nice breakdown overnight too. Oh, right before the market opened.
Right. Well, gold opens at 7:20 Central.
Oh, okay. So 520. Oh, so exactly at the open it broke lower.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here's that same area that Merritt and I were talking about, that 6840s, 560s. Slow grind up higher. Eventually attempted a new breakout, failed, and that's what created this reversal lower. Same for NQ.
I think the gold close, Maya, is 1:30 Central. I believe it's not super important. Gold open it definitely brings about some volume and volatility, but the gold close is not as important. Gold kind of keeps trading through the equities close. It's not a huge deal. Relentless selling since that turn up there in the S&P. It's just a matter of if it gives a little rotation back up, maybe into the mid 40s to give me a chance to get on board with that short.
All good. Thanks, Ali. $858. Solid. Solid move lower. That was a 2R move so far. You can see the SMT now on the tops. Yeah. We had a divergence up here.
I just took my 7 points in gold.
And then the failed breakout. And then that's what pretty much triggered it. No continuation higher, broke lower, rejected lower.
It's probably the wrong decision for me to come out of that gold trade. But like I said, when I got into it, it's not a trade that I'm going to overstay my welcome. And so it's just so mushy and slow here. And this was a pretty cut and dry momentum shift type of entry. So overall, I feel good about the decision of the exit. I still think it's probably not done, but kind of almost like we talked about earlier. It's almost more of a risk management exit than a pure profit exit, if that makes sense. So tough to do sometimes, but
Beautiful rejection back down. Yeah. You gotta ask the creator of SMT that, Crude.
Austin, if you want to intraday position trade with heavy contextual read, Nadro. If you want to really focus on order flow, much shorter term trading, then what we call the scalping course. Yeah, I still gold, gold is just not at a great contextual spot for shorts, but still want to be short. The S&P is interesting here, Chris. So I know you and I have had this similar read, drift back up into this 30s to 50s region, look for a short, and that's what's playing out. It's unfortunate I had to restart the platform and kind of lost being in the flow with it there, or as I said, I was going to paper cut until I got it right there. So that's unfortunate. But if we get some type of a retrace, could be nice. But man, look at these sellers just piling in here even harder than they have the entire time. We'll see. They might give us a gift.
I think it's frozen again.
Is it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so the S&P just dropped. It's at like 29 right now. On heavy selling.
Good morning.
Morning, fellas.
Morning.
Good morning.
Is it duo lunch now?
Huh?
Duo lunch? Yes.
Yes.
I guess so.
I'm short from 880. So let's go.
Nice. Good trade, homie.
Love it.
But I'm also having issues.
Yeah.
with data.
It'll be fixed.
Yeah, I've been pretty good. Yeah, you guys having data stuff? I've been usually I get hit with that too when it's going down, but I'm okay so far.
It's good too because one of my other cash accounts is also short from this area, and it's gonna force me to paper hand it, or not paper hand this, and just let this continue to go down. So I'll take it as a win. No, it's back now. I have data again.
Gotcha. Whoops.
Yeah, that's a great trade location, Nick.
I kept worrying, are we going to pop back up to like, I don't know, 920s, 930s, kind of that next area up. But
we were talking about it's a good short, but it's kind of a wide range of possibilities, right?
Yeah,
versus a real precise area for sure.
My stop was like, hey, new high. If we got above that, we were probably going to roll another 30, 40 points. So was comfortable getting out, and I may cover this. I don't know. I'm terrible at managing runners for long periods of time.
It's an interesting spot. It's a decent short. I think I'll call that ES gap filled, I guess. We're a tick away. But NQ has a ton of, I'm back long. I've been long ES all morning, but I got out actually right here at 68.27. That was my last. I was like, okay, I don't know how much further this is going to go, but that was a good rip.
So now it's like you never missed a beat. You're back in from where you left off.
Sometimes you got to buy the exact price that was your exit. Yeah, that was a good liquidation. NQ had, that 880 seller had all the bullets ever. I guess Nick was a couple of them. So good for you.
I mean, you know me. That's my trade, is taking that and likely taking a punch in the face 5 times out of 7.
That was my plan today for sure. Yeah.
If anyone's ever watched the show, seeing me short that type of situation, you do see me get absolutely walloped every once in a while taking that trade. But hey, every once in a while you get a nice flush like this, so I'll take it.
Got to get above this guy.
As long as that risk reward.
One's long, one's short.
Well, they got risk-free ARB going here, right? You know,
Yeah.
long from down there, short from up there. I'll take that all day, guys.
Let's see what we can get on this 11 o'clock turn.
I want to see if we can kind of push all that London volume that's down here on NQ one more time. This like 780s. I'd love to fall back into the opening range and kind of trail and cover down there.
Bite your tongue, Nick.
I mean, give me the betrayal.
Never going lower ever again.
Give me some betrayal.
Listen, NQ has a gap to fill 9,000 miles above our heads right now. And we got to go straight there with no pullbacks, please.
All right, guys. I got to get out of here.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
You
Later,
guys enjoy
buddies.
this
Enjoy
session.
Later,
it,
guys.
Chris. Good luck, fellas. See you, chat.
The heck is this?
Take care, all. Thanks, chat. Later, Merritt.
Oh, there's an angry bid right now.
That's what I like. I like when the bid gets mad. I had my weird, something happened with my, I see what happened. Okay, there we go. All right, I got my VWAP test. This is pretty much, I don't know. This is pretty much the bread and butter trend day for me so far.
Mm-hmm.
All that selling in the 30s rewarded. If I can get NQ back above 830.
Yeah, that's basically where my stop is. Or my trailed stop.
Let me get these up. But yes, anyway, sorry. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Nick. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, bud.
This
Good
is
to see
fun.
you.
This is
cool.
Tuesday.
A Tuesday mid-morning duo. Let's have some fun with this.
That sounds cool. Yeah, I was really glued to this thing. I didn't even have time to pull up the YouTube chat yet, so I got all kinds of stuff to do. So chat, if you're saying hi to me, I can't see it just yet.
I'm gonna let this play out, but I have a feeling they're gonna come get me.
All right, we got 300 likes. That's a good start. Good morning. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, Phoenix, I think I might have missed my best cover, but we'll see right here, like how serious are sellers, and that's a good reoffer there back at the 820 so far. I don't know. This day was like exactly what I thought was going to happen in my head. I'm like, watch, London and Asia had all the fun, and then we're gonna get a slow drift up back into kind of retest the balance range at the all-time high that we've been trading in for the last week. I was like, watch us do that. And of course we did. Granted, it happened much faster than I expected. I kind of expected like maybe make a new low, suck in more sellers from the overnight low, and then just punch everyone in the face and head back up to like 68.50s.
Yeah. It really struggled with the previous week low. And it popped it too. So I don't know if it's done. I mean, it deserves to be done. That was a big move.
I mean, it was one of those, dude, I hate when they do that because it's like, I'm not going to trade Globex. Like, I'm just not going to do it.
No.
I've gotten myself in trouble, even when you get days like that.
Yep.
And I wake up to just a lot of range, and then absolutely nothing happens in RTH, like 9 times out of 10. So at least so far, this has been a decent trading day.
Yep. No, I didn't even look at it. I was like, no, don't go in there. If I go in the office, I'm just going to be in the office forever.
I kept just like looking at my phone, and I was watching kind of the, because I was trading obviously for the competition yesterday, and there was that like 26,070 spot. And I was like, if we lose this, we could go back to like 900s. And I kind of just kept watching, and then we went down to 26 evens, and I was like, uh-oh. But I was like, no, you're not gonna trade it. Don't do it.
How many in the chat traded Globex like a bunch of psychopaths all night? Huh? Show yourselves.
Yeah, admit it.
I know you're in there.
This is a safe space.
No, it's not. It's only safe for me and Nick. If you don't have a microphone, it's not safe in here.
I didn't wake up to a bunch of like overnight prop account screenshots of P&L. So I'm assuming everyone ran over trying to long this in the overnight, or people just were just sleeping and being good traders. I mean, spending time with their family and friends.
It went straight down. I mean, good grief.
I mean, if there was a night to do it, it was last night, because I am one of those people that's ready to rage on Twitter because Disney and Google can't seem to work out their broadcasting rights with each other. So did not have Monday Night Football last night, despite having YouTube TV, Disney, ESPN Plus, and every other streaming platform that exists.
Dude,
but could not watch it.
It's such a racket that they got us into with this thing. It's like, I still remember cutting the cord. I remember like not having cable.
Exactly.
And so instead of cable, I've got like, okay, I feel like every Sunday they trick me in to another $15 to watch that specific game.
Right. My problem is, like, I guess I'm the household that my family and other people seem to have the login to and I have every single one for some reason.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's fun.
Well, it's good.
Casual extra like $300 that you just don't seem to notice, apparently.
It's nice to be the guy. But then, I get that. Like, my sister is like, hey, do you got the
yeah, I always get
the Hulu.
Text,
can I get the Hulu password?
Text from the siblings.
Listen, you bunch of deadbeats.
I'm like, I'm the only one without a job here. Like, out of the three of us, I'm the one without a job.
Yep. Yeah, they don't pretend to they don't pretend that what I do for this thing is real, for sure.
Hey, how's that podcast
How's
thing
the
you're doing?
How's the podcast? It's great, thank you. Thanks for asking.
That joke never gets old. Oh, can we get one more push?
Yeah. NQ's messing around in its 30-second OR.
Yep.
And from London.
These are like those London highs.
Yeah, it came back. It's messing with those. I mean, this makes sense. It does this stuff all the time. It retraces to the London OR if somebody's offsides. So like London was giga short. It was only short on both ES and NQ. And then we got above it. So it makes sense that they're going to come back down and get themselves out of trouble before we head higher. ES didn't quite make it down there. NQ did, though. I don't know. I got a bunch of points. I should probably chill. This should probably be my last shot. And then I'll take a shot down here at 813 if we get back down here at some point, but hopefully we don't. What's today? Tuesday? It is Tuesday.
I feel like it's the middle of the week already because of trading yesterday. That the arena competition and doing it on stream, it takes a lot out of you. I think Merritt was talking about it. It was exhausting.
Yeah,
and it was exhausting when the four of us did it too.
Yeah, it's freaking exhausting for sure. This is a good time to show. Nice. Glad we got that dumb gap out of the way. This is a good time to show some of the prep that I normally look at and some stuff that I'm looking at today. So we got that big move. Let's see, 855. So we got that big move down overnight, and that's all well and good. For ES, because we're in a new month and a new week right now, I'm looking at the previous month's closes. So the previous month plus one, 68.55, and we're back below it. So like this is rotating to 67.70s for me on that at the moment, unless we can get back up there. NQ is a whole different story, though. NQ's previous month plus one close was 723, and that's kind of where we bounced. down there. Previous week close is 938. So we're kind of in like, I don't know. NQ is much more bullish right now, but it's also being indecisive. We're below the previous week, above the previous month. So when those two timeframes conflict like that, my conviction goes down for sure. I don't know.
I don't have a good read on this. They're kind of at spots where I could see us just ripping back to the highs. I mean, this is 6,800 on SPX right here too. It's probably why we're stalled.
Yeah. They always put the gamma in the room with us, Nick.
They always seem to.
I don't know why they do that. I don't know why they do that.
I'm like closing a few of these out right here at 80s.
Somebody said that Cal guy's saying your setup looks like an air traffic controller.
I mean, I have it's all right here, guys. You can see you can't see it. Maybe one day I'll share it. Love my like gargoyle cave thing that I have to climb under to get into my setup here. I will take some photos one of these days. So
do you think air traffic controllers need to climb into their desks?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they're looking for scab air traffic controllers right now, because I was seeing some videos and pictures from, I guess, Houston's airport with TSA and lines and just chaos continuing with the government shutdown. So,
that's so crazy because I didn't have any of that when I flew, and I flew 8 times in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
I've never been through faster, actually. All right, back to VWAP here.
Guys, I have 4 screens and I guess 5 if you would count a MacBook Pro screen itself, which I don't always use. There we go.
There you go, bud.
All right.
Thing new to see. Is that it? Any more?
Apparently, that might be it.
There's a bid.
The bid is always out there.
Come on, Mr. Bid. Go keep doing what you were up to. There you go. All right, I put one more on at 28 there. Let's see if we can get. We got to get above this 30 guy though. This red team right here is rewarded so far. So if we could just rip his face off, that would be ideal.
We really just. Oh, that was 20 points. Okay.
We got 15 minutes till the close here.
Oh yeah, we're back on normal time with
Thank God.
our European friends.
That sucked.
It kind of does because like I don't want to sit here, I guess, until like lunchtime to potentially take a trade off the Euro close.
Yeah.
Which
I
feel
that
like
extra hour messed with me big time.
Yeah.
Last week.
Like I'm like, I want to go work out. I usually work out like right as if I can't get a trade off the Euro close, I'm like, all right, I am done. I am done at least until like power hour, because it just tends to be that slow for the rest of the couple hours. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not even looking at the YouTube chat.
They're fighting me. They're fighting me right now, Nick. Maybe NQ wasn't done.
I would like the NQ bid to be done.
If you can get back to the open, that would be sick.
That would be amazing. I mean, I got
40 points.
I got one runner here, and I'm holding 3 minis in my other.
Well, beer's on Nick, I guess.
Yeah, this was a good day.
Good. Hey, TTrades. Good morning, homie. How are you? Oh, you got a cross here at this 780 guy. They ain't doing it. Come on. There you go. Yeah.
Nope. I feel like I'm looking at the wrong.
The other weird. Oh, what's this guy doing?
My gosh.
Yeah. That was quite rude.
That was just a slap.
The other thing about this sell is that I've noticed with marking the previous week levels, it really doesn't like on Monday and Tuesday. They really don't like to be below the previous week -2. Like it will rubber band out of that quite a bit. And now we're back below it on NQ. It's at like 25,800 or so. So I mean, like, there's a lot of people really offsides when we're down like that.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of felt like there was a passive seller off the opens, like several of the last few sessions, and there was like another AI partnership with NVIDIA and OpenAI and somebody else several times in the last week that seemed to be like just giving us like that extra little oomph back up to that like 26 200 to 300 spot. Like we were just forever kind of home there, but then another open and somebody gives us a nice like 100, 200 point flush. And then we kind of slowly drift back up around the Euro close. So I don't know.
It's your favorite thing.
It's my least favorite trade, but it's nice to see all of those, whatever you want to call those buyers for the last week, just finally getting a punch in the face. And the cherry on top, I guess, for this week would be, can we just close now on NQ, the CPI gap?
Yeah. Oh, this is a weird, like, so we gapped down into the gap. My gaps were wild this morning.
we used a gap to close the gap.
Yes,
to destroy the gap.
You can't triple gap a double gap, Floyd. You can't do it. Lloyd, these are IOUs. All right, come on. Push this turkey. I'm done waiting down here.
Where are you in from?
28.
28. Okay. My finger is like on flatten with these last three.
There's my data. There's my data problem. Okay.
Did you freeze?
I'm not frozen, but it turned my order orange.
Interesting.
Which means F you in order color lingo. So yeah, so now this guy's just chilling. He ain't moving. I can't. I wanted to move him to 38, but
I was hoping we would get to the pivot here.
That's true. That was some resistance this morning too.
Yeah, kind of the initial push up. Here we go. Let's do it. I was also trying to long GC this morning and was too scared to try to catch that knife down at the 39.40s. And we ripped back up off that. I don't know, too scared to trade gold. That like liquidation off the RTH open for equities was kind of nasty.
That's the thing. Since I don't look at it, it doesn't exist to me. It's not in my world. Gold? Never heard of her. But no, you guys are all trading gold. Because that thing's been moving like crazy. TTrades, when are you coming on, dude? You keep teasing it. classic Furu behavior, to be honest. Just keep teasing and teasing the appearance. Yep. We're cooking. We're cooking on something right now. Let us cook. And I don't mean lasagna. You're going to get it, Nick. There's no way this 60 guy holds for the billionth time. Now I hate my long.
There's 750s.
There you go.
Beautiful. And you know what? Let's see. I'm going to watch reaction here.
Here's a bid.
Yep.
But, I mean, I don't know. It could lose.
Is ES not partying with NQ?
It's not as far down.
Oh my gosh, it's still sitting at like the 24-hour VWAP.
Yeah, it's doing much better.
Okay, we might need ES to puke. But I mean, I'm trailing these three aggressively, and this one I'm just kind of letting play out. But let's see.
Okay. And Q ticked its open. Ticked it. Just said, hello, it's me. Are there any buyers down here? What time is it? 11:22. Okay.
All right, I'm out. I'm going to cover that. I wanted to cover at 750s, and I think might get a nice little bounce back up towards 800s on this. So I'm out.
Nice trade.
Solid day.
That's awesome, bud. I love it. You were on this morning? TTrades was on this morning?
Yeah, he did. He was talking about this liquidation that we kind of saw on gold at the very least. I don't think we quite got to the previous week low that he was referring to, but
do you want to tell the chat about the when you and I were in opposite positions and TTrades was hanging with us at the bar, showing us who was going to be right and who was going to be wrong?
Yeah, that was absolutely. I mean, that summarizes the meetup in itself. Yep. I've known TTrades for probably about 5 minutes, and he's helping me manage thousands of dollars in 0DTE options runners that I'm sitting in at the bar with Stowe, XY, and Kane. And he's like showing me things on the S&P of like, okay, no, I think you're good as long as we don't get above this. Like you should be fine. It was absolutely glorious.
Except for me, who was on the opposite position. So he just kept saying, Stowe, I think you're cooked on this, bro. I think you're cooked. And turns out I was cooked.
Yeah, went back to the 30-second opening range high there on NQ.
Yep. They're still pushing it, but there's definitely a bid down here. I don't know what they're doing. I don't like being in right here on ES where I'm at now. It's taking too long.
ES just not moving.
Yeah.
Well, now I feel good. At least I can move on with my day and not feel like I did yesterday, which is like I still got to trade.
You get that, yeah.
Well,
You and I have that same affliction, the anxiety loom of I need to do this thing.
The worst was yesterday because I was trying to manage my cash account off the open and ended up taking a paper cut and then basically getting back to break even. And then I was with the competition. I was like, I'm done. Like I just need to be okay with like a flat, I didn't trade today type of personal account day.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing the competition. It's just too much. But of course, it's a day that we get, a lovely liquidation and then a nice little move again. Kind of similar to this. I guess the reverse of this today. But yeah, that's like my favorite type of trade that we got yesterday off that 250s area in NQ. Would have loved to short that, but too much going on for my brain. I was trading 6E yesterday. That was a mistake. I took a $500 loss trading 6E and not having any idea what I was doing. Like just a volume profile and a dream.
Yep. No, that's what I was doing. I just put some VWAP bands on the thing. I was like, okay, here goes nothing. But I mean, for the competition, 6E is the you need to have a handle on it because that thing tick value wise is important.
It's like the canary kind of thing, like that last little. I was trying to use it yesterday, and then it stopped moving. I was like, maybe I could make a couple $100 in this and catch Merritt during power hour, and then it just kind of died. It wasn't moving. But I was hyper scalping gold like an idiot, but things were just working out for me. I came back from down 1,500 to break even for the day. So
the contest is hard.
It is.
I mean, just looking at all those markets all day is enough to scramble anybody's brain.
TTrades says NQ is about to go hit 736.
That makes sense.
TTrades, where were you 10 minutes ago when I was trying to manage runners? I needed the repeat, man. I needed you to tell me it's all fine. You're short from 880s. You don't need to do anything. Just hold it. Oh, he might have said it. He says scroll up. Oh God, did I miss another perfect trade management from TTrades helping me? I might have. Oh, he did. He said 736 is the spot, otherwise new lows.
Yeah, I agree. That's also the 24-hour -1 is right there as well. It's also the RTH Open, top of the 30-second OR. Lots of good stuff right there. And they keep bidding out of it, but the pressure is still on from somebody, probably for the next 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, we got Euro close.
Grouchy Londoneers. Meanwhile, I'm a tick away from my stop down here for the 5th time.
So here's a good question. Do you guys bet more on your better setups or your sizing is more or less the same with each trade?
Yeah, I don't bet more for any reason. I just always do the same thing. I like my confidence level will change a little bit and it just changes the things that I'm looking for, but I don't know. I think that's kind of the higher confidence setup thing is kind of a myth. If anything, whenever I have had something I consider to be high conviction trades, when they don't work, that messes with me mentally more than anything. So, yep. I try not to have A setups, B setups, blah, blah, blah. Just because it's too much to think about in the moment. I'm in the weeds, man. I don't have time to be all right, well, I should bet 4R here. And this setup has a 67% probability. So yeah, I don't have time for that.
Yeah. I'm kind of the same. I'm pretty much standard 3 to 5 lots on just about everything I trade minus gold. I'm much smaller on gold because that thing's scared the crap out of me lately. But I'm trying to, even after, I guess, being on with Pax yesterday and hearing him kind of describe like where he would add and then seeing how the market reacts at some of those spots, like I would like to get better at adding to winners that are continuing to push off of those average rotations. I think that Stowe and I kind of use for like our leg to legs and other things where it's like, if I can get a rebid off like an anchored VWAP there, like maybe that's where I'm kind of looking to potentially add a little more or add another. I want to get better at that because I'm starting to understand like how you can compound, especially if you're like Stowe and you can just ride a trend day all day and, you know, buy the high and continue to add at the high and sell it higher. That's where I think you can do really well. So I'm trying to get better at that.
Well, it's kind of like, I mean, watching Pax trade has helped me a lot with that too. And then seeing like, I mean, once he put his indicator out and you can watch his stuff and see where he's adding and where he would be doing all the stuff. But then like you watch the DOM or you watch Delta volume profile or anything at those levels, and you can see if people are done or if people are still pissed and ready to go. Like what was the top of the 30-second in ES today? It was 10, I think, 68.10. Right. So if we take 15 from there, that gets us to 25, which as you'll see, this is where I just got out of this trade. I was just like, okay, we got to 27, but this bid was still quite mad. I'll go back here so you can see the spot. So if this is the top of the opening range here, and I bid it as soon as this came, I was short and I got stopped and then flipped long. Then we got to 25. Bid still very bid right here. Then 25 gets to 40. Kind of slowed down there. Yeah. I don't know. It's just interesting to think about. Because adding to winners is the thing that everybody tells you to do and is the hardest thing to do also.
Yep.
So.
Especially, I think historically, I've kind of been whatever. I see my points, I see the P&L, and I know what that means as a full-time trader for me to continue to survive in some of those days and be able to just kind of walk away and call it a session at some of those levels. Like that's, I think, where I need to grow up a little bit in this space where it's like, yeah, but look at you still kind of catching this trend and like, why would you exit there? Like, why would you trail out there at these certain things in certain spots? Like versus like, hey, we could be catching this trend and you can continue to add and ride it higher, ride it lower. So it just allows, I guess, that next revolution for me as a full-time trader of things I need to get better at.
So that's such a long list for me, Nick.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, it'll take a lifetime. It'll take a lifetime.
I got nothing but time because I don't really want to go back to an office.
So I ain't going back ever.
Yeah, I really don't. As long as I've got I guess in this world too with props and stuff, like there's probably no excuse for me needing to go back because I can make the thought of like 40 hours a week for, I guess, like certain paychecks. It's like, I could easily do that with minimal risk trading. I guess with what I've learned, like I can't picture myself going back to that and working that much.
Yeah. Once you start making money doing this, your brain changes. It gets weird. Yeah.
It's like the time, suddenly my time value of like how much, I guess, mental capital 40 hours a week would look like to make X versus what I can do doing this. And it's like the math doesn't math in my brain anymore.
Yep.
Not at all.
Well, I mean, there's a dude that like drives around and sells snow cones in my neighborhood. Like, I'll also do that before I'll go to an office. So.
Oh, did you see, there was like I don't know, I saw a story on X, but it was like an IRS lawyer during the shutdown. Like he's got like a hot dog stand. I don't know if it was in New York or somewhere on the East Coast on the street. And he's like doing it in his full like suit and tie. And he said, he was literally like said that he's never felt like more fulfilled and like happy doing something so simple and, which is very true.
Dude, the most work, like, how would I say this? The most work satisfaction for like a job well done I've ever had was at the brewery.
Yeah.
And it was manual labor. Like being a brewer, everybody romanticizes it. it's a freaking nightmare. You're just like, you're surrounded by a bunch of stuff that can kill you all the time and chemicals that will constantly burn you. You're kind of like a plumber in an extremely hot and cold environment at the same time. And also, those tanks are filled with entirely CO2. So, like, if you catch a tank wrong, you can pass out. There's a bunch of stuff that goes on in there. But you do this extremely hard manual labor for like 10 hours, and then you get done. You get to go out to the tap room, and you literally see all of these people drinking the thing that you just slaved to create and being so stoked that it exists. There's never been more work fulfillment for me. For sure. If we can get over this 32, I want to get back up here. I don't know why we're messing around.
ES really has just like stalled. Catnip sniffer, yes. It also killed my soul working for as many years as I did in a 9 to 5, like a true corporate Fortune 100 type companies. And yeah, it can be pretty miserable. And you see Amazon laying off another like 20,000+ individuals on their corporate side. It's like, yeah, why would I go back? Because that's probably just going to happen again.
Yep. Let's see what this is gonna. I can get another look at this. 1, 2, 3. There you go.
NQ, you trying to party?
I think we're good.
Yeah, let's see if we gotta just get through the 780 guy again. Fire Mission Fox. So I worked in tech for a long time, doing a lot of like biz dev type stuff, partnerships, sales, consulting, several hats that I've worn over the last 15+ years in that space.
Stream side, I'm sorry for making you thirsty. It's a Tuesday in the morning. You can't have a beer yet.
Oh, so I finally I got like a great LMNT sparkling on Saturday, or I guess it was Sunday. I was like building a shelf in the garage for like those black and yellow boxes that I'm sure all of our wives continue to find more reasons to buy more and fill them.
Yes.
So I was building a whole nother rack to support 16 more of those boxes. And I was like sweating, dripping, and I was like, oh yeah, I have those ice cold ones in the freezer. So it was like the equivalent of like a crisp beer, me sitting in my garage alone with like headphones on, just building this thing. And oh, it was so good.
Yeah, man.
I finally get it now.
I think they stopped making the pounders. So this is annoying. They're changing I feel like I know way too much about this company, what they're up to, by the way. But yeah, they changed it. Now we're in these slim 12-ounce cans. The pounders are gone. The plus is I can get it at Target now, so that's good.
I mean, I guess we just need we got to go pitch them for a PTT live read or something.
I've already emailed them a bunch of times.
All right, well, we got to apply more pressure.
Less.
Oh, of course they could. They're like, no, we've got every and any influencer on Instagram. We don't need you idiots.
Yeah, you're not an athlete, sir. I know you wear sweatpants, but this doesn't make you an athlete. As somebody asked, Elaub says, Stowe, what do you see for that reversal confirmation? I don't know if I saw confirmation necessarily. This is just my delta has reset here, but there was a bunch of selling that was getting absorbed. This is a pretty common, just play in my playbook is big trend day up, pulls back to the VWAPs, You know, so I just took my shots there. I did get so I bought one here at 27, sold it at 35, added again, added again. So now I got back up to 3 lots here. Sold one at 31. So I'm kind of now I'm looking to hold this over this magic blue line here, just to retrace to the other side of value. Maybe get these stops. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there wasn't really anything confirming it, but it was a good spot to take a shot. Also down here, NQ was at its NQ was here. So NQ had come back, tested its RTH open, tested its -1, and continued. So for those reasons, I stayed.
Well, good news in the chat. Fiber optic. So the gentleman that won my brisket giveaway for the 150,000 subscribers has received it. So we definitely need to hear how it turns out, and how your, I guess, smoke event, whatever you're doing, since you need a good amount of people to enjoy said brisket with you. So yeah, let us know when you're going to cook it and how it turns out.
That reminds me, I got to check on Gary's stuff.
Hey, Pax.
Hey, Pax. Good morning, brother.
God, the 780 guy just continues to be angry.
Yeah, this sucks. I got rejected up there. Yeah, Pax, I knew you were partying today. I'm sure you added 25s when I chickened out back here.
NQ rejecting off the overnight VWAP again.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. It's going to be fine. It's just going to freeze. It's just going to stay here for the rest of the day.
It probably is, because I'm sure the Gamma's in the room with us now.
It's fine. I don't have to trade the afternoon, so it's fine. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah. If you guys have not...
Somebody else's problem.
Or if you didn't already know, whose problem it's going to be this afternoon is Big Cat himself, Leo.
Nice.
Trading the close with everyone's favorite friend from across the pond, Kane.
Ooh.
So they will be trading the close today. So
Mr.
be sure
Kane
to tune in. I'm sure
close.
Stowe and I are going to be just trolling them from the chat because we have to do things after.
Correct.
But that'll be a lot of fun. Kane's never done the close.
Oh. He doesn't know the pain.
I hope they're stuck in a 10-point range in NQ.
Me too.
So Kane can feel the pain that we tend to feel almost every week.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I'll watch that from the couch for sure.
Yeah. I'm going to go work out after this and relax. First day I feel like in like 2 weeks that I can relax instead of sitting at this desk. So I'm going to do that.
Pax, we're 1 tick away from that gap, dude. I don't know if you can count it. 1 tick.
Wait, which gap?
We filling the ES gap.
Oh, the overnight one?
49. Yeah. I got 49.50 and we traded 49.25. Yep. Sorry, Pax. Can't count it. That gap is open. I'm just kidding. Nothing is exact like that in this world.
Are you asking, or someone just asked, what is the indicator in front of the 2 volume profiles? So this is a delta volume profile for the current swing leg that we are in, which is from this 880s high in NQ. So that's what that is. Stowe has one too. I'm assuming that's what you're referring to, by the way.
Come on, you turkeys. Who's standing here at this 36? Get out of here.
Yeah. At this point, please just
Nobody likes you.
go higher. What settings for the candles? Yeah, I use volume candles on this
Yep,
chart.
same.
This is a 500 volume NQ chart. So still super low time frame in theory. Probably equivalent to somewhere between like a 1 and 5 minute.
Think I maybe take one off up here. I really don't want to.
They just
Still
nobody. Well, I'm glad I covered that short because I would not have wanted to be sitting through all of this still for maybe another 20, 30 points.
Yeah, that's stupid. Very annoying.
Because best case, we come down in the opening range mid, last week's low down here towards 700s. Like maybe we break that, but not really seeing anything from sellers that gives me the confidence that says we're going to go make a new low right now. Some seller just stepped in there.
This guy. This freaking guy right here. Yeah, I still like it just fine.
You're not asking for a whole lot on that first take profit.
It's a big range, so I'm like, I don't know. This is what gets me in trouble is when range expands, and I'm still kind of beholden to my old, like rotation size that I'm looking for, and then we get a big move down, big move back up into that move. We closed it out on ES, so that's cool. Now NQ clearly has some place that it's trying to get to, and I don't know what it is. But when VWAP itself holds like this in ES a billion times, I hate it. This is just like it's like a poor low in the middle of nowhere. Big seller. Big push. I'm going to test NQ's open again.
Yep. I mean, I would have liked to have seen NQ make a run at the overnight lows on that push, as well as, if we were going to break that, go fill the CPI gap, but just no initiative back from sellers once we got down here to the opening range.
Can we get one gap filled today, please?
Yeah, like let's try to fill one. There's still two on the Nasdaq.
There's one above and one below, right?
Yeah, nothing like using a gap to destroy the gap.
I'm gonna need to do a reset later on my high time frame chart and be like, all right, where the hell are we? Where are the gaps?
That's what I did this morning. Like I came in and I was like, okay, where are we? Like we're down towards like 650 on NQ. I'm like, that's like 100 points lower, I feel like, than we were trading before. And I'm like, 1,000 points, excuse me. And I'm like, there's still the gap from the 2 Fridays ago. Just was like so lost coming to the desk because Asia just decided to party, but without me.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. We're coming down. We haven't touched any of this stuff. VWAP holding up the world right now. Again, don't like it. In fact, I hate it. My stop is in the worst place. NQ touching, it's open again. Surely it can work a fourth time.
Yeah, why not?
I think this is going to push these. It's going to push these stops here. Yep. There we go. I might have to get right back in, though.
Yeah, this is, it's crazy. This is the value area low for the session right here.
Yep.
NQ still holding too. You'd think we'd run all those stops back towards the previous week low or something, but guess not.
T didn't get his fill at 36, so he needed to bring price back down. Tick 36, and now we can go back to the moon.
When is the actual Asia open? That's a good question. I don't actually know because like there's several markets in Asia that open like an hour different times.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's that weird 7 Eastern to 9 Eastern is kind of like when all of those markets I feel like open.
Yeah, I mean, as the time zones go.
Because you have like, I feel like Australia opens at like 7 Eastern, and then the Nikkei opens, and then like the Hang Seng opens like an hour later. It's kind of weird. Yeah, 9:30 Eastern, that's probably a good. I've always kind of thought of it as like 8 Eastern is like, I guess 7 Central my time is kind of when it opens, like when volume, I would say, at least picks up a little bit. But I also don't really trade it. XYZ will be in Tokyo next week. Just ask him.
That's true. We could just ask XY. That's a very good point.
What time are all the traders up?
Maybe he can go to the exchange for us and do a little field trip. That could be cool.
That'd be fun to see.
He's like, no, I'm going cool places.
Yeah, I think he's actually taking a vacation.
Yeah.
Something that Stowe and I still need, or I need to do. Stowe is taking some quick weekend vacations here and there.
Not really. I mean, I go, but like, am I relaxed?
No.
Certainly not. All right. Well, I loaded the boat at 25.
Yeah, it had a Delta flip come in there. Right at the 24-hour VWAP.
Mr. Bid, please party on. We gotta go at least get the 30 guy. Definitely tape Flipadelphia down there, so that's good. Jim.
Hey Jim.
Good morning, my friend. How are you? Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
I'm doing good.
All right. Post-day qualifying Cup 3.
So who won yesterday? Did Merritt win?
Yeah.
Merritt won.
Merritt won. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Scalpy day. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Pax with the second place showing.
Ooh.
Yeah. It was good. It was really good. Congratulations, everybody. You did it. I mean, appreciate you guys being involved in it. It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. So now we go on to the championship round, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah. So you guys are both going to be there, right?
Yep. Now we get to cheat. We get to be there even if we didn't qualify, but let it be known that I qualified anyway, so I don't have to feel. Now I can rub that into all my friends' faces. So that's what I plan to do, Jim.
That sounds like a good plan. Oh man, it's awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we got a lot of work to do between now and then. There's hopefully we're going to get more and more information into the marketplace. Maybe who knows? Maybe the government will open up.
So we got data yesterday. Was that? Yeah, that confused me. I was like, I see a bunch of data on my my calendar today, but they must have just. How did they do that with the government shutdown?
Well, a lot of the core stuff is still shut down.
Okay. Okay.
So, but yeah, it'll open up. We'll get moving again. So, in any event, great job today. You're gonna. What's your game plan for this trade, Stowe?
As long as this 25 is gonna hold, I'm gonna lean on this spot for until it's gone, and then I've got one more. I'll try these highs if I can get a seller to come in here and get stuck. Other than that, I'll probably be done. Yeah, especially since I don't have to trade this afternoon. I also have to figure out how to vote today too. It's Tuesday. Gotta write that down.
Yeah, for sure. All right, but back to the chart for a second. When you say you're gonna try these lows again, what? Give me more detail.
So the NQ this is where I can look at NQ and see that it's doing the thing that I would like ES to do. So I'm happy to be in ES. NQ it ran this stop back here that started the entire trend up. It ran it just now. This is probably what T was looking at, but on just a candlestick time frame. Also, in general, big trend up, pulled back to the -1. This is what, even though I don't really have an A+ setup, this is A+. But ES being stronger, it's pulling back to this VWAP here. So unless some seller's just going to come smack me in the face. So I'll keep leaning on this as long as NQ wants to hold that -1 also. And then if this gives out, then NQ is going to be back in its lower standard deviation band. So that's going to be more hands off for me. That's my plan. So this is kind of the line in sand. I like that we pushed a little bit further and got this run, but yeah, I mean, now there's a seller doing seller stuff. So I don't know.
Okay. And Nick, how about you? What's your game plan the rest of the day?
Put my feet up and watch Kane and Leo. I had a good session, so I'm not giving anything back.
All right. Well,
so solid day, no afternoon trading for me, but I'll be watching and hanging out.
Love that attitude. On that note, don't forget, everybody, we have a regular start time. Yesterday, we started a half hour early. This afternoon, we're going to go back to our 2:30 start with Shai, and she's going to tell us the news and do a hot commodities report. Leo and Kane are trading the close today, so it should be fun. In the meantime, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. You guys did a great job as usual. Let's get that thumbs up for these guys, everybody. Thumbs up, subscriptions, greatly appreciate it. This is the best trading community on the World Wide Web. No question about it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. I'm going to do a really quick edge report, and I will talk to you soon.
Sounds good. See you, chat.
See you, everybody. Thanks, Jim.
Well, that would be helpful, wouldn't it? Hang tight, Kevin. All right, let me know when I'm good to go. There we go. All right, let's just take a peek at the mini S&P. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on in this chart. Overnight, nothing but sellers, right? London initial balance, more sellers. Finally hit a bottom. We finally hit a low. Approximately 5 to 5:30 in the morning, and then we kind of, I would say, kind of settled back down toward that one-day min, and then boom, bell rings. And we got a little bit of excitement, some buyers coming in and pushing us all the way back up. Now, I did an outside fib, right? Top of the day, bottom of the day. And we got right to that 61.8% retracement. Didn't have a candle close above it. That's 61.8%. A lot of folks, including myself, use that as a trend reversal level, but we needed a close above there. And I know this was a 30-minute chart, but we didn't get it. As a matter of fact, buyers were rejected. The sellers pushed us all the way back down, establishing a point of control. Now, it's almost a double distribution down here, not perfect, but right now the point of control is right where we're trading at. The other thing I did was I added a a volume profile just for the regular trading hours. That's that gray area right there, because I saw this double distribution and I'm thinking, well, is this real? What's going to, is this little volume deficit going to fill or not? But when I add this thing, it gives me a really clear P-shaped distribution, and it's relatively tight compared to the range. So that's what we're trading right now. And again, breakdown below prices below value of the RTH volume profile would be right at that 38.1% retracement. And in my humble opinion, we would break down quite a bit from there. Now, Edgeful stats are interesting also. We have that initial balance breakout based on a 60-minute initial balance, which is what those white parallel lines that you're looking at on my chart for the E-mini S&P between 9:30 and 4. That's regular trading hours. I did a year-to-date look back, January 2nd to November 3rd, and we have, for single breaks, 77.78% of the time we'll have a single break where the body of the candle, body of a 30-minute candle, closes above or below those white lines, and 86% chance today on a Tuesday. So I ran the report two different ways. Double break, only 13.43, 9.3 on Tuesday, and then no break, only 8.8% and 4.65%. So based on the last calendar year, history is telling us we are going to have a single break based on these probabilities. Right now, we have no break. So thinking about that 61.8% level is really, really important. It's been rejected, so we'll see if we end up with a break on the downside. Not sure, but that's where I'm kind of feeling we might possibly be headed by the close. All right. Well, having said all that, that is today's, this afternoon's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. And thank you for being cool in the chat, which everybody is. So having said all that, relax, enjoy your lunch. We will be back at 2:30 East Coast time.